Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Happy Monday. Hope everybody is well. Vertical stream seems to be working as well. Cool. Right. Yes, we were going to speak to class, weren't we? Let me catch up with everybody. Gigi's on first, Krill. Good to see you. Enjoy your daily bread. And the quote of the day already. The quote of the day is the most effective way to do it is to do it. Amelia Earhart. Yeah, sometimes you do have to just say, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to start. I'm going to see what happens. And I'm going to go from there, you know? It is sometimes the way. Welcome to stream. Yes, welcome in, everybody. How's everyone doing? I hope everybody had a good weekend. I bet you heard the alert from the other side of the room, yeah. Late you are working London banker. I'm not a London banker. I'm a London wanker. Thank you very much. Nowhere near as bad. Oh, hang on. What's the volume of the PC like? Yeah, 40's a bit much.
Daddy Dennis says, how would you describe a bad joke about pancakes? Waffle.
How would you describe a bad joke about pancakes? Waffle? Waffle? Welcome in, Dennis. Good to see you, dude. How are you? Moin moin. Didn't go so for a minute. Did she die in a plane crash? Because she was an aviator, right?
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain? Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear. She nods.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, so yeah, we have. Yeah.
She slowly...
Yeah, so.
This window is pristine on the inside.
Yeah, cool. Right, let me get saved down there so I can retry this just in case. It's probably going to pop because it's story related.
Pristine on the inside. A vague sense of... You get the feeling this room would tell you something crucial if you only knew how to listen.
I'm not exactly sure either, to be honest. My imagination has a way of failing me.
What does waffle mean? Well, she disappeared. But they found some of her aeroplane parts in Gardner Island, in an island outside New York that had been in the same family since 1639. Awful, but waffles. Ah, okay.
It's a weakness.
Stop it. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one where golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes. A man
it's hot today. It is a bit warm.
On the single bed.
It's warm here in the UK. It's 24 degrees, but it has been quite windy here in where I live, so therefore it's not as bad. I mean, I definitely got like a tan line. I've definitely got a bit of a tan going on. The warm light of the warm white light from this from the lights sort of covers it up, but I have got a bit of a tan line. But yeah, it's the lights are doing their job of smoothing everything out, which is quite nice.
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain, ending him. From the roof outside, location A prime, the glass fractures around the bullet hole, shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
How are you, dude? What do you guys have? We have 33. Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm on my third day taking some protein inhibiting stomach acid suppressant stuff, which I feel like it might have made my voice a bit clearer. Like I've definitely been humming along to a song that I've been listening to, and my voice doesn't seem to break as much, and I haven't been coughing as much. I was coughing a little bit this morning, but not too bad. And I haven't had to deal with so much phlegm, so I think it might be having an effect. Sounds clearer, yeah. Like, I definitely feel like I now have a complete control over the different attenuations and, you know, a bit more of a range in the things that I say. I'm not fighting against a bunch of phlegm all the time. But yes, my voice feels like it's coming back, which is, yeah, like Crumb's 2023, what, 3 years ago, in my fucking prime, in the prime of my career. But no, it'd be nice to make sure I'm not too congested and just be able to fucking sleep, to be honest. But yeah, quite hot to bike in a hard speed at 33. Yeah, 33 is hot for doing exercise. Hope it really works. Thank you, Jed. Yeah, so do I. I'm hoping I can just take this one medication for a prolonged period of time that will allow me to just fucking sort out this, because the problem with the human body is that you have a balance where everything's kind of working the way it's supposed to, and then something comes along and upsets that balance. And if it does so for long enough, your body starts to develop sort of other issues that then have a knock-on effect that then sometimes come back around and start like fucking up the original issue, and it becomes this cycle where I wasn't sleeping very well, which was causing inflammation in my torso and stomach. The inflammation in my torso and stomach created pressure and compressed my stomach. That forced stomach acid into my throat. That caused an excess of phlegm to be produced to try and counteract it, because that's how your body deals with it naturally. But in doing so, that congested me so much that I developed sleep apnea, which then made me even more deprived of sleep, which caused even more inflammation in my gut. So it's just, I've got into one of those sort of negative feedback loops. I'm hoping this is enough to break the cycle and feel reasonably healthy again. Because yeah, I did just look this doctor in the eyes and say, listen, dude, like I'm fucking completely devoid of anything right now. I have no patience, no empathy. I'm more stressed than I've ever been. I'm more depressed than I've ever been. I wake up every day feeling hungover, but I gave up alcohol 7 years ago. I feel like absolute fucking shit and I'm fucking had enough. I'm literally just clinging on to life right now. I need to fix this. This is what I was doing before. I think this is what's happening. And he was like, cool, I'll give you a 3-month supply of that medication. You can take it. You only have to pay once. It's £9, but you only have to pay once. So you pay once and then you've got 3 months. So you can just take it constantly for like, you know, for 45 weeks or whatever. Or whatever it is, however many weeks. And yeah, just take that. I was like, cool, I'll do that. Biked 4 kilometers downhill and then up, down for like 10 kilometers and then 4K back home again. Just before I went into the chat, started bothering him before the stream even started. Is it a better doctor? £9 cheap? Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have to pay for it anyway, but it's because of fucking pharmacies, mate. But yeah, well, I just think this doctor might be a little bit more switched on. The doctor I had before obviously wasn't very good and no longer works for the practice I go to, so I think they might have been sacked for malpractice. Well, obviously, I don't know that for sure, but I think they may have been let go or got rid of because they weren't doing their fucking job properly. I don't know that for sure, but it would make sense because, yeah, they didn't fucking forward on anything. Nobody chased up with me about the medication that I got from the ENT. So, yeah, the other doctor was shit. This one seems to be a bit more switched on, but time will tell. Anyway.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago. 72%. With a weapon that fires jacketed ammunition, likely a rifle. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside, in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
Lisa's cancer medication was super expensive, like £5,000 per pack, but I only paid 10% and the insurance took care of the rest, and then you deduct that expenses from the tax when it's time to do that. So you paid £50. No. £500. Yeah, £500 per pack. But then you claim the £500 back on the insurance as well? Is that what you mean?
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony. rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean
£500, but can deduct 100% of that £500 on the tax, so basically it's free-ish. Yeah, so your medical insurance took care of £4,500. You paid £500, but then you claimed the £500 from the medical insurance as well, from a different insurance. Or you claim it on tax. So basically, when you put it against your yearly salary's tax because it's healthcare, and that's included in what tax you pay potentially. One pay £10, and insurance take care of 90%. Okay.
That's a 28%. Yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez? According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, Detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
Yeah, as well as bullet drop. Yeah.
1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer.
And the maximum I need to pay oneself is 700 CHF per year. So that's quite a good system, but can be hard, of course. Have that 10% when stuff happens. Yeah, of course, yeah. And obviously, bless her, Lisa's been through some stuff, hasn't she? So yeah, but I'm glad to hear you've got most of it covered. That's the important thing.
A small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
But you see, Kim, I know I'm right because this is not my first rodeo.
2 neon-lit shapes.
You can walk normal now too, which is good and annoying at the same time. Yeah, this is it. Because I'm glad to hear she's feeling better and her legs better and everything. But yeah, I remember saying to a friend, they said to me, sorry. I was talking to a friend and they were like, do you know what, dude? Like they crawl, right? They crawled around, and you think, oh, I can't wait to see their first steps. I can't wait to see their first steps. And then they take their first steps and that's it. You're never fucking sure of where they are again. You know, you put them down and they're just gone. They just disappear on you. No big problems with me when I could walk. This is it. You just get up and walk away, and you can't you can't fucking control it, Whereas when they're babies, like you just put them on their back or on their side to be safe, and yeah, they can't go anywhere, right?
It's you again. What is it? Why? You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it, or fuck off.
How many times must I tell you?
Yeah, fuck off! Sounds like you wanna push this steaming pile of shit on anyone.
No.
And now you pick Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral
Hang on.
intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
Whoops. Excuse me.
And fuck you too, moral
There's a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lips. The big guy sighs. She found me on the other side of the balcony one time holding on the rail. Frida was a big runner too. One looked away, and then she was running in the hallway in the apartment building somehow. Lady was smart as fuck. She could somehow understand that she had to hold the door handle up and twist the knob at the same time to open. Yeah, and so my mum told me that when I was a kid, my mum used to have Great Danes. Shush, Baba. Mum used to rescue Great Danes, and I would get them to come over to the kitchen worktop. Hello, Baba. And the dog would put its head down, and I would grab hold of its head, and it would throw me up on the kitchen counter, and I would open the cupboard and get the biscuits out and start eating the chocolate biscuits, and I would share with the dog. So me and the dog used to get up on the counter, or used to get to the biscuits. So we were like a tag team. And she was like, I'd never seen anything like it. I couldn't believe it.
If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect.
She was like, I couldn't work out how you were getting on the work. I just couldn't work it out. There was no way you were getting up on the worktop. But I would get into the kitchen. You'd be on the worktop eating biscuits. Don't know how you did it. Yeah, well, yeah, the dog was like, can you get up there and get the biscuits for me, please? And I did. So. But yeah, Great Danes are really not smart dogs. They're lovely dogs, but they're not smart.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
Nope.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Right, so that's 58 even. So I'm going to save the game before we do that because... Oh, shit, what was it? Oh, I hate the way he's got this stupid fucking animation before you can fucking...
It's you again.
This fucking animation where he walks over is so annoying. Logic, okay. But yes, we had that worked out. Right, logic. Logic. Ah. Logic. Logic. Right. That should be pretty good.
It's
So
you
now
again. What is it?
should be 75-ish. 97, okay.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
No. All right, she took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
That's probably for the best. Don't break your stride now.
Push Baba.
And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up. 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab? Wouldn't hurt to have one of those in Martinez. Still, all the labs in the world don't put her on that roof. How'd she get there? Climb? How? People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
That's where you're wrong, Titus.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down, all under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there? That's one mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can we? I mean...
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
All right, all right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? Footprints. Recent. That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that, Cop. Good news is, I'm still listening. I don't like guessing, Cole. No one does.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old, faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we established.
All falling apart,
But a
Titus.
route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt, in the shape of a gun.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roid heads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory.
So
it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your everyone has a gun theory. If it was military grade, how'd Ruby get it?
You don't know. Just be honest. Screw honest. You just showed him a breech-loading gun.
A broken old broomstick is what you showed me. But point taken. Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't that.
Sitting in a wheelchair and heat isn't very cool. Yeah, they normally have like a leather, like a piece of leather stretched between the two sort of like sides, and like a piece of leather at the back, and that means you can fold them up. But obviously, like, yeah, depending on the leather, it's not going to let you breathe very much. I'm really lucky to have a Herman Miller, and like the seat pan is like this mesh. It's probably plastic, so it's not as breathable, but because it's mesh, it's way more breathable than anything I've ever sat on. You don't get swamp arse anywhere near as much.
We're on the same page. It
There's
doesn't.
more than I can say for this polyester sofa, to be honest.
You lost your gun?
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
No.
Of course not. And Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Oh, excuse me. More like a waterproof poly sheet. Ah, so it's plastic. Yeah, that's why then, because it's plasticky.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Do you remember, Crumbs, how hot the fucking vinyl seats on old cars are? Like, yeah. Like car seats, like cars. I mean, cars obviously it's a glass box, it's metal, it's insulated, and everything. So it just turns into a fucking greenhouse. It just fucking the ultraviolet comes in, but as soon as it bounces off of something, it changes its wavelength, and therefore it can't get back out again. So all the heat just stays inside. And yeah, it's fucking wild how hot it can get inside a car. Like 50, 60 degrees centigrade, that is, on really hot days. It's fucking disgusting. But yeah, like leather. Like sometimes, depending on the color, I suppose it depends on the color. Because I remember my friend once had a really nice Audi, and it had like navy leather, like a really weird color choice, but navy leather, navy carpets and everything. It was a nice car. But the navy leather would like fucking soak up heat so bad. And when you sat in the car, just where your shorts stop before your knee joint, that little bit there, that would always get like almost, not quite, but almost burned by it. It was so hot. Because yeah, you just couldn't get rid of the heat. But black color, that's like the sun. Vinyl was like 5 times. It was like 5 times the leather. That's fucked today. My backside is not hot. Sun always shines on the cool guys. Well, yeah, it's kind of clouded over. I think it's probably going to piss it down soon.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
It's pretty suspect.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
I'm so glad when Europe don't have someone pissing on us like you have in the like you people in the UK has it. Yeah, it just fucking pisses it down with rain. Even in the summer, it pisses it down with rain. But arguably, like I was playing golf on Sunday, and the golf course was like yellow. It was like bleached yellow by the sun. It was so fucking dry, and like the whole fairway is just like concrete right now. It's like dried mud and like dead grass. It just, there's nothing there, and it means that when you hit the ball, like you don't like get as much of the turf, like because the turf isn't soft. When you hit the ground with the club to get underneath the ball, you don't get as much resistance, but it's a lot harder. So sometimes you hit the ground, you bounce off the ground in a weird way, and then you strike the ball a bit strange. But
Glenn, I
just need to get better at golf, don't I?
She skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, it's outside Paris now. So weird saying pissing down. Well, it is. It's pissing down, you know.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Yeah. Like what? A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Yeah? No. Ruby's got more balls in a ball pit. You'd have to be an idiot not to... Guys, I'm not the only one who knew. Right?
Knew what? First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Oh, excuse me. Speaking of 40, I am 40. I am 41. But because I am DJ, I say 29.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. That Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier.
Enjoy the 40 fast, and it's going fast to 50. Where this is it, is that every year that you've been alive, a year becomes like less of a percentage of your understanding, or like a less of a ratio. So like when you're 5 years old, and one more year is a fifth of your life. It's like a pretty big chunk, 20% arguably. But then once you're like 35, one more year is like, you know, 1/35th or 1/36th technically, I suppose. So it becomes less of your experienced life, like you've lived and experienced, and you have a grasp on time passing. Granny died with 98. She almost made it to 100. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
And that's okay.
I don't know how long I'm going to
Some
live.
are
Fucking hell.
queerer than others. You can still be a hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
In the way the country's going, it might fucking implode on itself and take us all out with it. Good dose. Yeah, almost getting to 100's pretty good. Pretty fucking good.
And then, Bud, use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
Swim over the channel. Become...
If it's true.
Oh, yeah, hang on.
But it's not, right?
Hey, Siri. What's breadcrumbs in French? Chapelou. Chapelou 85. Chapelou 8 5. Chapelou 8 5. Heatwave killed her, and the ups and downs are harder for the old systems. Yeah, for sure. Shepherd's pie 85. Shepherd's pie. I haven't had a shepherd's pie in fucking 8 years. Yeah, it's probably been years.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know.
Calais is very
Talk to
close.
women.
Yes.
Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
So on a clear day, if you go to the seafront where I live, there's a skate park. Well, actually, that skate park's gone now. But if you can get reasonably high up, like 2 or 3 stories up on the seafront, like the actual, because it dips down after the actual seafront itself. It goes down a little bit. But if you can get into a building that's a few stories up from the seafront, like promenade level, on a very clear day when there's good clarity and good visibility, you can literally see on the horizon, you can see some like bumps and like some slight disturbances. That's Calais. You can see Calais from where I live, or at least you can see France, because yeah, we are like really fucking close. Obviously Dover is where the land sticks out a little bit to the northeast. Yeah, to the northeast of me, because I'm in the southeast, but yeah, just northeast of me is Dover, and you can see the land sticks out a little bit, and it creates this sort of like the shortest distance for ferries to travel. And yeah, it's a pretty quick trip. It's a pretty quick trip. They're fucking blasting along. They do blast along pretty quickly. And yeah, once you're there, you're there. But you can get the train as well. I mean, there used to be a station. The station is still called Ashford International. And lots of people don't know why it's called Ashford International if it's just an English train station. But you can get the Eurostar from Ashford International. It's not too far from where I live. Unfortunately, they've cut down the amount of trains and they've ceased stopping at Ashford International. So if I want to get the Eurostar to Paris, I have to go to fucking St Pancras, which is a pain. Is it St Pancras? I think it's St Pancras. I forget. But you have to go to one of the fucking London train stations to get the Eurostar. And yeah, I remember getting the train back from France. I got there and I was like, where the fuck do I check in? How do I get in? How do I get onto the fucking platform? I almost missed my fucking train. I got there in the end. But yeah, getting the train was a bit of an experience. Yeah, it was just getting on a train. I've been on plenty of trains in my life, but yeah, I was on a train for quite a while. And then, yeah, I was in Paris when I got off the train, because normally I just get the ferry, because it's like, you know, a short drive from where I live. I can take my car onto the ferry. I can sit in my own car, which is pretty comfortable, or I can mill about on the fucking ferry if I want. And yeah, once I'm in France, I've got my car with me, so I can drive to where I want to get to. Even if it is a bit weird driving on French roads and not knowing what the fucking road signs are saying. I know what La Rue, the road of, means, but yeah.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking has no place in a police investigation. A more serious consideration that you wish to avoid is that she knew what happened because she did it. You had expressed, on occasion, your dislike of the mercenaries' presence in Martinez, right?
Not that I wish to fucking see the French. I was in a Twitch chat today. The American streamer was like, oh, okay, Europeans, if you guys could annihilate one country, what would it be? And the chat went insane. Everyone was like, France. She was so shocked, yeah. I think you sent me a screenshot, like, it would have to be France. It would have to be France. Yeah, on behalf of Norway and Belgium, it would have to be France. It would have to be France. No, somebody said, if I had a genie's lamp and I had 3 wishes, I would nuke France 3 times. Fuck's sake, man. Like, the second 2 are just complete overkill. Oh, fucking hell.
Daddy Dennis says, why do French people eat small breakfasts? 1 egg is enough.
Enough, yeah. Pretty much. Weird, welcome in, dude. Thank you for claiming your daily bread. Enjoy your daily bread. 39 pieces. Hate for France is so, yeah, but the thing is, like, I don't hate France. I don't like Paris. And I don't like the majority of Parisians. Most people I've met in Paris, or people that are from Paris or Parisians, have been really, really obnoxious cunts. Like, really, really obnoxious cunts. But the rest of France, I've met loads of lovely people. Loads and loads of lovely people. Just like Spanish people and Italian people, German people. You know, I've met loads and loads of lovely Europeans. But in Paris, Christ, man, so many people were so fucking rude and just fucking difficult to fucking be around or interact with.
Whack someone in my district? That doesn't carry much favor with Titus Hart.
I think they hate the French in the European perspective. The same old shit that since Napoleon, how Parisians are. Yeah, this is it. Like I said, I don't dislike France. I love France as a country. You know, like, I've met loads of nice people, loads of nice French people. Like, it's just Parisians. It's just like 4 or 5 times in my life I've been to Paris. It's always felt really grotty and dangerous and sketchy. And most of the people I've had to interact with have been really fucking rude. like just really awkward and difficult, like almost on purpose, to the point where I was like, listen, right, I'm trying to speak French. You're being a fucking cunt about it. I'm going to speak in English because I tried to speak in French, but apparently I'm not good enough to speak French. I'm just going to ask you in English. And frankly, I'm going to be as difficult as possible because you're being such a fucking cunt about it. I went into a shop, right? This is I mention this every fucking time. But I went to a fucking shop, right? And somebody was like, Vander, and they said the name of the cigarettes, right? And after that, I put my drinks on the counter and I was like, Vander Lucky Strike. And the guy just looked at me. I literally said it exactly the same as the person before me. But he just looked me up and down and was really fucking rude to me. I was like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Like, it's the same fucking thing. But yeah. Love French villages. That is like in the 1930s. It's so cozy. Yeah, like central, rural France. I mean, southern France is fucking expensive, but it's not that, you know, it's... But yeah, loads of parts of rural France are really beautiful. They're very, very, like, you know, they're very... there's limited access. Like, there's no hospital. There's no, like, you know, post office. You are literally in the middle of fucking nowhere. There might be a Carrefour somewhere nearby, you know, like a supermarché or whatever, where you go and you have to get everything and you have to do like a month's worth of shopping because it's a fucking 2-hour drive or something ridiculous through the countryside. It's beautiful, but it's really inconvenient, right? But yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. But yeah, Paris, numerous times I've like had to fucking really bite my tongue and not lose my temper with somebody. And I'm just like, yeah, like just like going up to a desk and asking a couple of questions and stuff. Like, I know if I'm speaking English, they're like, okay, they're a fucking tourist. But even when I was able to ask, like, qu'est-ce que c'est, blah, 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 wherever, you know, where is the whatever, you know, how can I, quelle heure, whatever, to train to à la whatever, you know, like I'll try and figure out the French, you know, sentence. And they would just respond in English and be really, like, really rude about it. I'm like, oh, fuck off, man. Like, I'm fucking trying here. Like, I get that, you know, you live in a city and it's not exactly glamorous. It's not exactly nice. But fuck off, man. If you don't like it, fuck off and live somewhere else. Like, Jesus. It's so miserable all the time. But yeah. But everywhere else in France was lovely. Is there any capital which is known for its nice and agreeable people? I'm not saying that Paris isn't like special, but still, Berlin is really bad too. Possibly, yeah. Maybe it's just tourists in capital cities. Stockholm. Southern is trying to be Monaco. But people's in Berlin may be rude and you make friends. It's for life. Scandinavia doesn't count. Has all the best stuff. And yeah, love Sweden. Afraid so. No, not afraid so. But yeah, like a couple of times. And the thing is, like, I've been to a few parts of the world where, like, I mean, so yeah, there's a bit of a threshold to it because I have been to places where because you're English, they love you. Like, they love English people, and it's kind of weird. Like, you know, they're like just really, really friendly because you're, and that feels kind of almost as bad. But I've been to a few places where, like, they're like, oh yeah, you're English, whatever, you know, like they don't think anything of it, and it's just, yeah. I know the thing is, I'm describing this like, you know, oh no, you've been oppressed because you're English. Heaven forbid, as a white person. I know. I've never really experienced proper oppression. It's just people being rude. But yeah, I mean, we did get a couple of dirty looks. There were a few people that gave us dirty looks in Italy. There were parts of Italy where they're pretty fucking racist and they don't like English people. But there was a tragedy at a football match. Lots of people got trampled. I think they got killed. And because of that, they hate English people. So yeah, I suppose there's some validity or legitimacy to their dislike. But yeah, it's like Japan. I was talking to Krill the other day about how, like, Japan, lots of the culture, there's a bunch of really interesting culture, but it's also a really fucking racist and sexist place. Like, it's not nice in places. There's parts of it that are really nasty, and there's cultural parts that are nasty. So yeah, if I was to go there, I'd have to sort of plan out where I could go. Because I don't want to go to super touristy places because they'll be full of fucking tourists. I want to get away from tourists. This is the thing. When I go on holiday somewhere and there's a bunch of English people getting fucking pissed up and doing coke at the swimming pool like fucking 11:30 in the morning, I'm like, fuck off. I could have just gone to Witherspoons. Like, you know, like, I've just got on a fucking aeroplane, paid for a hotel room to get away from these cunts. And here they are doing lines off of a Frisbee, drinking Estrella in the fucking pool area of the hotel. I'm like, great. It's the same as fucking Witherspoons, basically. Fuck's sake. But anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. But to pop you guys over on the BRB screen, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. We will play the game. I apologise. I keep stalling, but yes, I'll be back in a moment. I know somebody called Bend Over, and his mum is called Eileen. Oh, God. You called your son Ben, and your surname is Dover. Come on, Eileen. Our stats. We drop down there, we can't get back up, so we won't do that just yet. Oh. You know, what happened there? What's he doing up there? See, what is it doing? What is it doing? Why is it taking off? Why are you flying? How is that fair, game? What the fuck? So, apparently it can fly. Perfectly fair. Perfectly fair and balanced game. For fuck's sake. I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. Mate, what are you doing? He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. I can't see. Mate, the sabotage. Really, the sabotage. The sabotage because you want attention, is that it? He just pushed the Amazon Prime button on the TV remote and suddenly Bob's Burgers was on the screen and I was like, the fuck is this? What kind of movie is this? Right. Zombie head here. Who's a good boy? Oh, can I? Who's a good boy? Who's a good little zombie? Oh. He doesn't like it. We played Mortal Kombat or Killer Instinct or Mario or whatever. And we were on the sofa together. We were drinking orange juice and eating snack food on our day off from school, playing video games. We were hanging out. And that's what this feels like to me. This is taking me back to being a kid again, and I fucking love it. So if people want to slap a number on it and compare, then that's fine, they can do that, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, think about all the times when you've been in a stream and something amazing has happened. Do you know how many viewers there were at that point? Do you know how many follows there were at that point? Do you know any of the numerical metrics that were attached to that moment? The time on the stream? The time, you know, the amount of people that responded, the amount of GGs that happened in chat. You don't remember that shit, but you remember something else. You remember how that moment made you feel. That's the important bit. That's the important bit. Oh, dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost in the calamity. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. To be fair, ABBA's been very much outplayed here, like hell in Sweden, but still love it. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. If you've got like a national hero, it tends to. It's like Wonderwall by Oasis. Like everyone in England's pretty much done with it, apart from Oasis fans, obviously. One time I was in Balkan and they was super angry at me, and I was like, "Where the fuck are you from?" Then I was like, "I'm from Sweden." They were like, "They were super nice." This is it. Some people's fucking like oppression and discrimination is so flimsy. As soon as they know one thing about you, they just stop hating you. It's like, man, your fucking entire ideology is so fucking biased. Game I sent you that was Japanese was so insane. The Japanese one. Because I think you were talking to somebody else about a game that was kind of... I can't remember what you were saying. But I think you put a trailer in the Discord. Swedish roads, everyone drives like normal human being. On German highways, you get murdered when not moving at the side fast enough. Well, they like to drive fast in Germany, from what I can tell. Driven enough in Sweden, yet they're driven in southern Germany, but I felt Sweden was worse. Went to a joke party last night. Too many people there, I couldn't even reach the punchline. Let me have my dreams. Can't take my place, I don't live there anymore. And Ford Switzerland are just a peasant with no money compared to them. Makes sense. It's crazy here. Sweden invented a shit ton of music. So a great TTRPG scene, really? Okay. Change the game on TikTok. The Stalker one. Yeah, some guy like a cowboy hat or something. Got banned. The one that was about SA and stuff. Yeah. Sweden was so nice. Everyone was popular. Everyone was looking and humble. Yeah, this is it. It's like Sweden and like a few other places up in that part of the world. Like there's lots and lots of very attractive human beings.
It's the kind
so
of
obviously they're really nice because everyone's beautiful,
often
right?
leaders do when they think of punishment.
Because whenever I've been somewhere where there's like the Nordic, like Viking influence on the genes, I've always been the shortest, ugliest man in the entire bar. It's just like, fuck's sake, man. Everyone here is 6'2" and beautiful. Here I am, barely 5'11", not looking that good. I'm like 5'10", 5'11". I'm like 5'11", but I don't stand up straight because my back and my knees are fucked. But yeah, I stand upright. I'm like 179 and a half or 180 centimeters or something. I can't remember. Pre-League Publishing. Was so much great stuff. Whether the Vikings didn't kidnap the Uggos. Well, yeah, this is it. They took all the beautiful people. The beautiful people. The beautiful people. Little shorter than the standard Swede. Yeah, I'm like probably 5'10", 5'11"-ish. In a decent pair of shoes. If I've done my yoga and I'm standing upright, I'm probably just about 5'11", but probably 5'10" on most days, to be honest.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why? She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you
70% experience.
It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. I told you. You, as in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
Why not? You suck on that gun like someone tore you a brand new asshole. How can I forget? You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
So you did know she was in the drug trade?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jam, that you're a human can opener.
Smart strategy there. Surprised we haven't got cancelled yet.
Open them up like cans.
Shit, Peanut the streamer streamed Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced for 27 hours and basically sang what would you do with a drunken sailor all of the time. Well, yeah, this is it. People are having to go to like such extremes to stand out in the streaming world right now. And this is why I've kind of washed my hands of any sort of, ambition whatsoever. Like, I just want to enjoy the things I like about streaming and try and avoid all the stuff that I don't, because right now, unless you're doing something like really, really, really fucking obscure, you're just not going to stand. And the chances are you do something really fucking obscure and there's like a 70-80% chance it won't even get noticed. It's just so many people have done so many fucking stupid and weird and quirky and out there things with streaming as a medium that the outside of the streaming space, the internet has just completely switched off. They don't pay attention to streamers at all because they see streamers, the brand of streaming, as a bunch of fucking teenagers driving cars whilst live streaming and fucking antagonizing people in the street whilst live streaming and saying really fucking sexist or misogynistic or racist or clout chasey or fucking fascist things, you know, making really, really aggressively unbalanced statements about things just to fucking fire people up and just generally being the most insufferable little cunts. And unfortunately, because they've all chosen to do that with live streaming as the medium, because YouTube has kind of been formalized and tapped out, and Instagram and TikTok would just ban that stuff and get rid of it, and it's not long form enough to really do anything with. Yeah, they're in the streaming world, and they've kind of destroyed, and Twitch has just let it happen. Twitch has just cashed in every single cut they take and just let them do the most fucking cringe, awful stuff on stream for such a long time because they make so much money from it. But it's completely tarnished the brand of streaming as a form of content creation. And yeah, nothing against Peanut. The guy's, you know, pretty hilarious. Yeah, they did the I mean, I've got that chicken head. I can't get it to fucking. It's really fucking annoying. Do you know what's really fucking annoying, chat? I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what's really fucking annoying, right? Is I used a goofy fucking Snapchat filter of a chicken head, right? When I was playing Blood Bowl, when I first started streaming, and then Snapcam fucking got discontinued, right? So I didn't have a way of doing it. And I've been unable to fucking do that ever since. So seeing somebody who just uses a peanut as their head, like another foodstuff as their head, becoming a millionaire, is kind of annoying. But you know what? Fair enough to them. I'm not going to hate. You know, I don't hate the player. I hate the game. It's just how it is. But yeah, that whole sort of thing, it's like, for fuck's sake, man. Like, I had that set up on my stream, and if it started to gain traction, fuck it, I would have lent into it. But, you know, it is what it is, you know. But there's clips of me playing Bloodborne with the chicken head, and people used to laugh at it. I used to jiggle the little fucking, like, little wing leg things, the drumstick legs. I used to wiggle them a little bit. And, yeah, you know, it was a bit of fun. I used to do it for, like, maybe 5 minutes of stream as a redeem, and then I'd go back to my normal face cam and everything. But people found it hilarious, and I would get more people clicking on the stream when I was doing it and everything. But, yeah. Snapcam got discontinued. It didn't work on Mac anymore. I couldn't do it anymore, so I couldn't find an alternative. There's nothing else you can do with it. And then eventually a fork of that program ended up on GitHub. You could finally use it again, but then my camera just won't fucking allow it. It became a massive fucking headache to set up, and it just doesn't want to work. And if I do it now, the camera will freeze. I have to reset the camera, and it's such a fucking ball ache. I wish I could just get a fucking plug-in for OBS that allows me to use the Snapcam filters, because there's so many of them that are hilarious. I'd love to be able to do it. But I don't want to get fucking VCam Studio or VTube Studio, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't want to fucking do something else. I can't be arsed, basically, like I say. Because of the way Twitch is at the moment, I've kind of washed my hands and disconnected from any genuine ambition with the stream. I just want to have as much fun with it as I can whilst streaming is still around. But like I say, so many things about streaming have become so fucking like tarnished by the actions of a handful of people, and it fucking sucks. Because yeah, like the amount of like hate I see for live streams on like YouTube when there's a live stream, the amount of people in the comment section, they were like, I just closed the live chat. It made the video like 10 times better. And I'm like, man, people don't even like the idea of a live chat next to a video event that's being streamed live. They don't even like that because because they hate streaming so much. And I'm like, mate, it's kind of fucked how like the brand of streaming has been tarnished by a handful of IRL, you know, just chatting streamers that don't really do anything other than just fucking whatever is going to get the most outrage, right? And then there's a whole fucking chunk, like the 80% of the platform, that are hardworking, honest, talented, funny, attractive, reliable, consistent, talented people doing interesting stuff with the medium of live streaming that just get completely ignored. Nobody will go to Twitch. because of a handful of people that get all the traction and get all the fucking controversy and all the fucking reach and discoverability on socials, because they're always in some sort of drama. And yeah, the fucking streamer Twitter and like Twitch as a platform, the drama you see, I try and avoid it. I don't even want to get involved. I don't even want to fucking comment on the video. I don't want to be affiliated with it at all. But the way people see cannibalizing each other and like farming controversy as some way to gain traction on social media, it's like, nah, yes, you're going to get a bunch of comments, and yes, you're going to get a bunch of likes and shares, and everyone's going to be... But if you insert yourself into drama like that too much, everyone's going to start seeing you as this fucking drama merchant. They're not going to see you as anything else. So when you try, once you've got to a certain level and you think you want to do something else, the second you're not being that clown that's dancing, 'cause that's what it is. That is what it is. Being cringe and fucking like, you know, clout chasey on Twitter or social media, you are basically being a clown. You are being an amusement for other people. You are getting your hands dirty with somebody else's shit, so somebody else in the comments can live vicariously through you. That's what you're doing. You're providing a window into drama that people have they have no stake in. They can just walk away from it anytime, right? That's what you're doing. But in the process, you're dragging your own face and your own name through the mud. You are literally sacrificing your own integrity, inserting yourself into somebody else's drama, getting involved in arguments that have got nothing to do with you just for a few clicks, but you're burning the bridge of being able to fucking pivot to do something else, because you will always be known as that one of those creators. It'll follow you around for the rest of your life. Not that I'm some expert or anything, but yeah, I see a lot of these people that are like, they're like one of these really sort of clout chasey drama focused streamers for like 5-6 years. They gain a bit of a platform, and then they start playing video games, or they start doing cooking, or they start doing music or something, and everything, they just immediately lose everything, and then they quit. They just stop streaming, and it's like, fuck's sake, dudes, you know, what does that teach us? You know, like, it's just not worth it. So that's not me, obviously, but yeah.
And then when they're all empty, just move on onto the next camp. Don't look back.
And a smart strategy there. Surprised we haven't got cancelled yet. That game seems like he really loves gaming for the game and not just to earn money. Yeah, well, this is the thing, is that, like, again, I don't want to be cynical or, you know, sound like I'm coping, but there's a lot of people that are up there at the top in the content creation game, and you don't realize that there's like this entire team of people behind it, and like there's all kinds of manipulation going on. I don't know about Peanut, I've never really watched any of their streams, I've just seen clips, but I know for a fact that once a creator gets to a certain size where it's not uncommon to see them getting thousands of gift subs per stream, I suspect, and this is all allegedly, this is all just spitballing, it's all hypothetical, I don't have any proof of this, I'm just saying this is a theory of mine, can't prove any of this, but I don't see how money laundering isn't a huge concern for Twitch and other platforms as well. I just don't, the fact that somebody could basically just get gifted unlimited subs, like it doesn't matter how many, right? They're on a 70-30 split and they take, let's say, 20%, and then whoever's laundering money gets half of their money back as like valid income. Yeah, I can't look the other way, because I mean, when I worked in the industry that was, you know, centered around gambling, I had to do all kinds of like qualifications and courses and like info, like seminars and stuff about the Gambling Commission, GamCare, or the Gambling Commission Authority of any area, their regulations about bribery, money laundering, like, what's the word, coercing of people, people that struggle with gambling and how to spot them. There's so many regulations around gambling, and it's because of money laundering. So much of gambling income is just money laundering. People are just laundering money through casinos. The casino gets their cut, and, you know, whatever. Dredrick, welcome in, how's it going? Casinos get their cut, and then the criminals get their ill-gotten gains laundered by, you know, converting them into casino winnings, which are, I think, tax-free, and also, you know, there's an explanation for it. But yeah, it's money laundering, it's illegal, and obviously casinos have to fucking try and stop it. They have to make some effort to keep track of everything and try and stop people doing it, but obviously because those regulations have got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger in casinos, people are looking for other similar frameworks where you can gamble money or spend money and then get half of it back. And they've worked out that gift subs are a 50-50 split to start with, but once you get to a certain level, it's a 70-30 split. And you don't even have to have that backdoor meeting with the platform anymore. They just outright give you 70-30 if you have 300 subs 3 months in a row. I think it's 300 subs 3 months in a row. Or maybe it's 100 subs 3 months in a row for Partner Plus level 1, and then Partner Plus level 2 is maybe 80-20. I don't know. But yeah, not to mention the fact that even if you don't have Partner Plus, like the really big creators, they could threaten to leave unless they get a different split. I have no doubt that there are massive creators on this platform that get 80-20 or 90-10, because if they went somewhere else, Twitch would be losing massively, and they can't afford to. They just can't afford to lose. So I have no doubt, I don't know who, I'm not going to name anybody, but I have no doubt people have threatened to leave and then established a much better split to stay on the platform. I have no doubt. It's just how business works. And yeah, it makes it such a target for money laundering. And I've not seen the platform ever mention anything about being aware of financial malpractice or money laundering. They just don't ever talk about it, ever. And I've never been warned about it. As a streamer, as a creator, I've never been warned about it, which I find kind of suspect, because almost every other kind of business where you are an employee of some sort, self-employed or whatever, there's always some sort of regulatory framework around bribery, money laundering, misappropriation of funds, theft, embezzlement. There's all sorts of stuff that's happened in other businesses. It's happened in other sectors. So that's why we have these regulations. But the fact that, there just isn't any mention of it on the entire platform, I'm just sort of like, I mean, maybe there is, but I haven't seen it. But yeah, chicken was so good. Yeah, it was so good. Peanut and Queso seem like good guys. Yeah, they seem like pretty good guys. But I mean, let's not forget, lots of people think that Queso was just this accidental organic success because that's one of the main ways to be believable. Nothing against the guy. He played the game right. But he basically just clip farms really aggressively. And I think in one day they uploaded like 28 TikToks, like 28 clips, and just basically strong-arm their way through the algorithmic kind of sorting filter and just ended up everywhere at once to get visibility. And it worked, and the thing is, they are fucking hilarious. They're hilarious, but at the same time, if you go back to the beginning, most of the clips were them reacting to their chat making jokes about him. So his chat was making the jokes. Now, whether he'd written the jokes and given them to people to say in the chat so they could get banned for the content, I don't know. I wouldn't put that past anyone. That's how content creation is. People do manipulate and manifest and fabricate things because if you've got a good joke, it's a shame to not be able to use it. Don't necessarily agree with it, but yeah, there's this kind of they just posted a couple of clips and went viral. No, they didn't. I'm sorry. There's no such thing as going viral anymore. Nobody's going viral for free anymore. It is very difficult to go viral because going viral and gaining a platform that you can monetize yourself as a creator, where the platform doesn't really get a cut or a say, it's not happening. It's not happening. They're not going to let it happen anymore. Vine, loads and loads of people who were grantedly hilarious people, right? They went massively viral on Vine, but then Vine refused to pay them. They were drawing people in left, right, and center from every other platform because they were hilarious. Jenna Marbles, there were a couple of other dudes that were fucking hilarious, right? They were pulling people to maybe not Jenna Marbles, I think it was YouTube, but there are a handful of creators on Vine that were super, super viral popular, like massively, massively popular. And this was kind of before paying for stuff. They genuinely were just viral, like organically viral. And yeah, they were fucking, Vine were getting sign-ups like in the millions. And these creators were like, listen, we're helping build your platform. You need to cut us in because we're the ones driving a lot of this growth. Like you guys just maintain the platform, but without us to make the content, your platform doesn't exist. And Vine stonewalled them and refused to pay them, so they all just fucking left, and Vine just stopped, it just disappeared. It just fucking vanished over the course of a couple of months. And then TikTok comes out of nowhere, and everyone's like this new social media. I mean, it's not. TikTok is Vine. It's just Vine, but Chinese. Vine was American, and they fucked it because of corporate greed. Haha, capitalism. America. But yeah, China just fucking created TikTok, and it was like, well, this is what people want. They want to be able to share short form videos in the vertical format. And of course, like any good social media that becomes popular, the ad density was very low, and there were lots of creative people doing stuff. So it was free entertainment with low ad density. It's just always the way. So yeah, like when Kick came about, I was like, I guarantee you there'll be no ads. Kick will just eat the fucking ad revenue loss for the first few months, because without ads, if you could just go to Twitch, but it's Kick and it's green instead of purple, but there's no ads, obviously that's going to win people over. But they'll start adding ads later on, because that's what always happens. You know, I'm not saying that one of them's better than the other, but yeah, it's it's just money and greed and everything else, social media and in general being a content creator, all of the shit things about TV that content creation didn't have, now content creation has. And advertisement is one of those things. You know, that's unfortunately that's what it is. Music advertising got into music, it got into the internet, like it got into the TV, like it got into the radio. It's going to get into everything. It's got onto your phones, it's got onto social media. Advertising is fucking everywhere. You buy a smart TV these days and there's ads on your home menu. Like my TV's home menu has advertisements for like TV shows, right? There's like things I can click on to watch, like BBC iPlayer and everything, because I've got that app installed. But you open up like this smart menu on a TV, like a modern TV, and there's adverts for like cosmetics and shit depending on the algorithm. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, because it's fucking like I think it's Tizen OS usually on Samsung. But yeah, there's fucking ads on the fucking menu to select the source for your TV. I'm like, fuck me, man, you cannot get away from advertising. It's even in the menus of your TV, not just the TV itself and the content you watch, but the menu you use to select which app you're going to fucking start streaming something on. There's advertisement around that, on top of the advertisement of the programs on the streaming service that you're going to watch. I'm like, oh my God, it's fucked. It's so fucked, chat. Tiger, welcome in as again. Especially now when they allow 1,000 subs in one press. Yeah, exactly. In Turkey, they got arrested for money laundering through Twitter. Really? There you go. I think crypto casino market is massive money. Yeah, there's lots of it. There's money laundering all over the place. I know chat just joked about it. Yeah, exactly. He was like, ban this guy. And the jokes were good. And this is the thing, is that, like I say, as well as, the theory that, you've got streamers that have a team of writers writing good jokes. Those good jokes are then given to some of the mods that have alternative accounts to make that joke so the streamer can say something really funny back, clip it, and then put it on social media, and it goes viral. Everybody gets paid for their work and everything. Everyone gets cut in a little bit, and the stream continues to grow, or the YouTube channel continues to grow, or the Instagram or the TikTok page continues to grow. And there's a lot of fabrication going on, and it's kind of, there's every now and again I see a clip and I'm like, there's absolutely no fucking way somebody just randomly fucking said that and you randomly just came up with that joke. That's such a well-written joke, and it sounds like a well-written joke because it's structurally perfect. And I'm like, off the cuff, I just don't know. And the thing is, like, when somebody makes a joke, because the thing is, so I follow a lot of comedians on social media because comedians are very good at doing what I need to be better at, which is engaging an audience, being funny, picking up on things and working with them and running with them, dealing with heckles. I see a lot of adjacencies with comedians and live streamers, right? For me personally. I watch a lot of comedians, right? Now, comedians are very fucking good at writing jokes and seeing things that people don't see and being able to make them into a joke that then people finally sort of, they suddenly see the joke and then it's funny. But yeah, I see them do that, and I know how hard they work, having spoken to comedians, how long they spend writing a set that lasts 20 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, 2 40-minute stints, yeah? The amount of time they spend writing those jokes, and then how much they can pivot towards other forms, other bits of like writing within their set, and how they react to people's response and everything, and how they tell a joke, and that one got more laughs than that one, so that one over there is not what I'll do this one instead. It's a real fucking talent, right? So for somebody who has no background in comedy whatsoever to just come up with jokes like that and just be fucking perfect, like we're talking Jimmy Carr levels of perfect response. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you're not Jimmy Carr, and I don't really like Jimmy Carr that much, but you're not one of those top flight stand-up comedians that's just instantly fucking has a joke for everything. Every single fucking thing someone says to them, they've got a joke for it. They just have that brain. So when I see somebody who clearly isn't a very successful stand-up comedian telling jokes that are on the same level, like writing-wise, I'm like, damn, that's fucking really tight. That is a fucking tight joke. That is perfect. I don't always believe it. I don't always believe it because clip farming is definitely a thing. Like I don't try and clip farm. I just clip a lot of stuff and I just delete what I don't like. And I just, if something's okay, I'll post it because I know that there isn't really a secret to it. You just got to post a lot, right? Basically. But yeah, every now and again, someone delivers a joke. I'm like, damn. And I think about it and I think about it. And I'm like, there's nothing, you couldn't have made a better joke. And that could be organic. It could be organic, but it doesn't happen 50, 60 times a year, you know? Because they clip farm. And I'm like, they have a viral clip that's a really funny joke 50 times a year. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't believe it. You know, there's got to be something else going on there, you know. And fair enough, you know, they're gaming the system, but it's all about pretending something's organic when it's not. And there's a very disingenuous, there's a very insincere quality to it when it's just sort of like, damn, this person is clearly even funnier than most comedians. Like they've made like multiple jokes throughout the last 3 or 4 months they've clipped and they're fucking perfect. The delivery, like the setup from chat and then the delivery and the punchline is perfect. Like it's just perfect. And I'm like, it feels rehearsed. And I'm like, I'm sorry, it doesn't happen that often. I watch really, really, really fucking funny streamers and it doesn't happen that often. It does happen, but it's just not that often. So I get suspicious. I get a little bit suspicious, but yeah. Brought Vine and had 200 million users in December and that stopped uploads in 2016. It was Twitter that fucked up. Was it Twitter? Okay. Get no ads. We have a screenshot of my sunset. The neighbour's truck was in the way. Yeah, we saw the screen. We saw the sunset picture. It was very nice. Like Robin Williams are just insane. It went up and flew. Went up and flew with what came up in his head. Yeah, well, this is it. This is it. But this is the thing, like, you know, these publicly facing people, they have a team of writers, you know, and they're also very intelligent. They write a lot of stuff themselves, but you need a team of writers. You know, it's just how the game is, right? It's like when you watch a comedy show. when you watch a comedy show, there'll be like 10, 15 writers all working together to make one script with like 5 characters to keep it funny. Like that all the time. It's not easy. And yeah, it's crazy how much they get paid.
Fucking
so anyway.
Hell. Titus, did he just open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having to go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This
Johnny Carson, yeah.
This called heat. But she was too scared.
But this is it. The thing is, like, if a live stream has as many good gags and jokes and pacing as a TV show, there's a reason for that. And this is the thing, is that when you look at a talk show where they've researched and written a bunch of really good jokes and they have a whole team of people working on the production of a TV show, that's why it looks so good, right? So, like, when people think one person is powering a stream with 6,000 viewers and all of these amazing moments and jokes keep happening, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just, I just don't think somebody who is that, I don't think somebody who could be that funny and that quick would be live streaming. Like, they would be a television celebrity. They would be a TV show host. They'd be able to make it in Hollywood. If they were that sharp and they could write their own jokes and be on the point and just have a response every single time and be that funny all the fucking time, they would legitimately be in Hollywood. So the fact that they're a live streamer, yeah, it makes me question how much of it is them and how much of that is a team. It's because it's the same as people that have a YouTube. You know, there's someone that has a YouTube, but they have a team of editors and they have a team of writers writing the videos and editing all the footage. They're just the face of the channel, right? But it's their channel because they pay editors to do a better job than they can. Their job is being the personality on the front of the channel, right? So it's like we have transcended from like the old days where a YouTuber was one person editing their videos, writing them, you know, and it meant the videos got released a lot slower, and it meant that it took a lot more time to figure out what you were going to do with your next video. Videos couldn't always happen every single day, every single week. But yeah, we've transcended that. We're now sort of in this weird hybrid era of YouTube where people aren't YouTubers anymore. They're content creators, and they are actually a team of people writing, filming, editing, you know, all the lighting, all of the makeup. It's closer to television production than it is YouTube these days. And that because of that, the fact that almost every channel is put forward as this one person and their views, it's a bit sort of insincere to how much work, because lots of kids think they can just start a YouTube channel and then they realize, shit, I need to write a compelling, interesting video that lasts 45 minutes, like 3 times a week. And then in between writing it, I've got to film it and edit it and post it. Then I need to develop a brand and a theme that I need to lean into that's catchy. And then I need to keep doing it constantly for as long as possible until I run out of ideas. And it's really difficult to sustain, because there was a kid who used to do reviews of chicken shops. They used to go to a chicken shop in central London, buy some chicken and some chips, and then he would talk about not just the food, he would talk about the service, he would talk about the chips and how the salt would stick to them or wouldn't. He would talk about the chicken, how fresh it was. He would like mark them down if they charged extra for sauce because he didn't like that. And he would always do a crepe check. He would say, like, do you want to check? He would show off his shoes, because shoes are a big part of London culture, sorry. And yeah, he had a lot of personality, and he looked like a young kid, but he was actually quite a bit older. But he fell out or decided to go with a different editor to the editor he started with, and the videos just didn't feel the same. The editor was adding so much to how the videos felt to watch. And that's the thing, is that, yeah, like the face of the channel, if they're delivering a script that somebody else wrote and it was edited by somebody else, you know, and it was filmed by somebody else because they were the one on the camera, like, is it really their channel? You know, it's weird. It's a weird sort of question I ask myself, because I do think about making long form content for YouTube, but at the moment I would have to just stop streaming and just write videos. And I don't think I'm incapable of writing videos. I have some interesting thoughts and feelings on video games, and I feel like I articulate them pretty well. But I feel like YouTube already has a lot of that. You know, I feel like there's lots and lots of stuff on YouTube already diving into doing video essays and deep dives into video games and the narratives and subtext and character tropes and arcs and everything else and development. And it's become somewhat formulaic, and I feel like there isn't an awful lot on the table for me to throw my hat into that ring. I don't think I can do anything new with that. I don't think I can necessarily do anything with streaming, but streaming is a lot easier and it's a lot more fun, you know? But when it comes to video editing, I like editing video, because I feel like if you can convey some emotion in the way you edit a video, then yeah, I think you've done a good job. But there's a lot of very talented people in the YouTube space right now because of how much money that you can make in YouTube. So I don't think I would be able to sort of keep up the level of quality and stay sane, basically. But yeah. That's a nice take on philosophy too. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Yeah, if you're well read, you're going to have some sort of philosophical takes. That's the thing. It's about being well read, and I think any good comedian who does a lot of writing is also going to do a lot of reading, because the more you know about the world, the better you can shape jokes that will work, because you know how the world works. Heard about a woman? I'm sorry. Get no ads on the TV. Yeah, my TV's old enough to not have ads, but I'm worried that when I replace it, I'm going to end up with fucking banner ads on my fucking home screen and stuff. It's yeah.
Scared. You should be too. A strange fear creeps over you, a metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject. Everard has a file on you, but that's bogus. What she knows comes from somewhere else, from Jamrock. It must be real stuff.
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Was I speaking to you?
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
Sonny Bravery is quite new and has 0 ads. Yeah, this is the thing, is I worry that in the future, if I wanted to get like another 50-ish inch TV that could do 120 hertz at 1440, I'm going to have to buy like a really expensive one, because I imagine the cheaper ones, the cost you save on the purchase price, the manufacturer will be making up by the fact they can sell ad space. So yeah, I think I'd have to buy. The thing is, I feel like I should just be able to buy a TV. I just want the panel. This is the thing. Like smart TVs were really cool because you didn't need a DVD player. You didn't need a satellite box. It was all on the TV. That it was a real sort of novel concept. But now, with the way sort of TVs have evolved, they're always the interfaces are always sluggish and horrible and shit. Like I actually kind of want my TV to just be a big monitor, right? And I'll get a small like Raspberry Pi that I control to be the brains, and just plug it into that. Because yeah, like if I'm going to get advertisements beamed onto the fucking like source select menu, and when I go to the settings menu, there's going to be a banner ad that's like some ad space that's been sold. I'm just like, nah. But I think you could DNS it. I think somebody I know got themselves a new TV that was like it was one of the LG OLED panels. It wasn't an LG TV, but it was the same panel as one of the really expensive LG OLEDs. But because it was cheaper, they're like, yeah, there's ads on the menu because it's cheaper. And I was like, okay. But we set up a DNS for them where it basically just cancelled out the request to the advert, so it couldn't print it, it couldn't show it on the screen. So yeah, that's one way of doing it. Hope everyone is safe and cool. Yeah, not too bad. I hope you're doing well also. Sony Bravia's amazing, by the way. Yeah, Bravias are nice, but they're fucking expensive. Jellyfin server for movies and stuff. Yeah, this is it. This is it. I'm starting to think that I need to start buying a lot of my films that I like on physical and then making a backup. But the thing is, I was going to get an 8 terabyte spinning platter hard drive to slam into my NAS, so I could have one hard drive to just keep putting movies on until I feel like, you know, I've filled it up and I need to delete some. But yeah, then the price of hard drives shot through the fucking roof. I was like, hang on, that 8 terabyte hard drive that I was looking at that went down from 420, 380, 360, 300. 270. I thought it's going to go down to about £240 at some point, and I'll buy it at £240. But it went back up to like £512. I was like, why is it so fucking expensive? And then obviously AI and data centers, and then RAM, and then GPUs and everything. I was like, for fuck's sake. So yeah.
She's not really a party candidate anymore, is she?
That's why I've got a stack of burnable Blu-rays to back stuff. I'm backing stuff up with 20 gigabytes at a time, 21.8 gigabytes a disc. So all my clips from streams, I break them out into folders, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, in the game name. 21.8 gigabytes per folder, and I just burn it onto a disc and just leave it in a giant CD wallet. So I've got it all backed up if I want to edit footage for something. But yeah, it's storage being expensive because RAM and CPU and GPU, it's annoying because you can't build a new machine to play games at better graphics and everything. But storage, everything is getting large, so everyone's starting to run out of hard drive space, and there's just no hard drives out there. All the large enterprise-sized formats of hard drives, they're gone, or they're fucking eye-wateringly expensive.
A little on the coast.
I mean, how much is a 16 terabyte drive right now? Yeah, it's 500 quid. It's 500 quid. It's not cheap. Oh, 24 terabytes is basically $1,000. 878 squids. But I mean, you know, that would be it. You know, like you can get a 30 terabyte hard drive these days for $1,000. But that'd be it. 30 terabytes. You'd have basically enough cloud storage on your home NAS for your phone, for everything. You could put everything on there. But yeah, the hope was one day I could centralize. I've got lots and lots of portable hard drives and discs burned with stuff on there. The hope was one day I'd be able to centralize all of it onto a nice sort of 2 16 terabyte hard drives into a big 32 terabyte array. And then, because it's 2 16s, I could have basically everything all centralized in one location, all my streaming content and assets and streaming and OBS setup and everything. I'd still have it running off my computer, but all my design work, all my films that I've backed up, all the games that I don't necessarily want to play, but I want to have a copy of somewhere, I could centralize all of it in one place and just move stuff when I need it. But yeah, the prices went up, so I haven't done that.
Looked for her, more precisely.
30 is enough, yeah. Solid SSD, it's 122 tera. 122 terabytes SSD. That's got to be what, $3,000? Right now, it's got to be at least £2,800.
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlogged. She's not here, so...
67 grand.
There.
Fucking hell, that's a fucking assault, that is. $3,000 would be cheap. Yeah, I suppose. Rabbit Arvite, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I suppose, yeah. SSD 100, because I thought 100 terabyte SSD was £4,600 at one point. I think I've seen one that was, it wasn't like a laptop hard drive like you put in a games console. It was like it was basically like 4 laptop hard drives that have been stacked up and with a controller that made it into the same size as a normal sort of full 3.5-inch floppy drive, 3.5-inch hard drive. That's what it was. It was like multiple 24. Yeah, I can't remember. Someone bought one and said basically this is just 4 smaller SSDs all wired into the same controller. So it's just as quick. Yeah, it's just obviously you've got 4 separate modules, but they're all rated by the controller to be one hard drive. But yeah, it was eye-wateringly expensive. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go with that. Even though the read-write speeds were ridiculous because it was SSD.
Sure, there are some shit houses there. A cinder block town.
I think this is like the fastest of the fastest. Yeah, that's why it's 67 grand then.
That's one place we haven't looked.
$9,000 megabytes a second. Ridiculous.
I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing...
Imagine Finney ain't got to drop another 67 grand to back it up. Yeah.
Hail something.
Download DR. Doctor Who, all episodes, have probably seen some percentage. Well, yeah, because I mean, I think currently I've seen screenshots of like RAID arrays of like 15 or 16 like mass, and it's like 4 petabytes. And it's like how much is a petabyte? They're like, oh, it's this many million megabytes. I'm like, oh fucking hell, it's ridiculous. Or maybe it's this many million gigabytes. I don't know.
What he's talking about.
But yeah. It's obviously been quite strange because my entire life, RAM, CPUs, GPUs, and storage has obviously just slowly continued to rise. And obviously the price of it starts to fall off as time goes by. The price falls off and it becomes affordable for someone like me to own. But yeah, AI has completely bucked that trend, and now everything is kind of slowed down. Nobody's really making anything new because they literally can't afford the memory modules to do anything. So it's just like AI has kind of massively fucking deviated the progression of hardware, as well as basically just taking up all the fucking supply. However, when the AI bubble does burst, I hope that markets will become flooded with surplus. I hope that RAM and GPUs and CPUs, and I hope we'll be seeing stuff at like 80% less because it's just surplus. There'll be fucking racks and racks and racks of GPU dies in NVIDIA's production sites that no longer have this destined, purchaser, and they'll have to offload that inventory before they can put more stuff on the shelves that they want to sell. So they'll have to just basically make a bunch of cheap GPUs. So that'll be a good time, but yeah, until that happens. Doctor Who is only 3 terabytes for the whole lot. 10 years ago, who had a 1 petabyte hard drive in his home, yeah, definitely will be. Got to give at some point, yeah, exactly. Bailouts in your country and the USA will be crazy too. Yeah, well, the bubble will burst. It will take down most of the economy because everything's interinvested because finance. And yeah, like I say, everything will go fucking belly up. Governments will borrow shitloads of money to fucking bail out the economy, bail out the banks and everything else, because there's lots of banks that are stretched and they've got a huge exposure that companies have borrowed loads of money, and effectively Nvidia, Palantir, OpenAI and somebody else, Oracle or whatever, they're basically just passing the same $50 million or $50 billion back and forth, like as investment in infrastructure and future, you know, whatever. And they're telling all their shareholders in the C-suite that, yeah, we've just done a massive deal with this person to, because at the moment you've got AI centers that are being built that will need chips that haven't been made, that are going to be bought by people that haven't paid for them yet. And it's all like a massive reach of expenditure. And yeah, when AI fails to find the place in the market that it's been promised to, which is why everyone keeps fucking talking about it. It's just, I can't even imagine. I have a sneaking suspicion that to try and make it seem more legitimate, they are paying to get people to talk about AI. They're paying to have content pushed to feeds about people using AI. Because yeah, like occasionally somebody will, like, you know, say, well, can we use Copilot on this meeting? And I'm like, yeah, whatever, I suppose. But I do tend to send them an email afterwards saying, hi there, I know you use Copilot to summarize the meeting. I just like to make it clear that I personally don't consent to anything that I've said being fed into any sort of large language model. So if there is any sort of option to prevent that from happening, I would appreciate if it was actioned. Because yeah, I don't want some fucking AI listening to me talk on a call and then using my voice or something. I don't know, it's fucking creepy. Only between 30 to 50 trillion US dollars that will wipe out. Yeah, it's going to be an absolute shit show, dudes, and it'll be the fifth. It'll be the fifth once in a lifetime financial crash I've seen in my life in 40 years.
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
Most of it will be USA cost. Well, this is the thing, is that like a lot of stuff is inter-invested, so when the American markets fold, they'll probably end up taking a bunch of UK markets with it as well, because everything's so stretched and tied together, because it makes it more this is the thing. Everything is inter-invested to lessen the risk and to sort of consolidate profits and risk and make things more predictable and to make it more secure. Then one part of it falls over and everything else falls over with it. You know, everybody fucking sells like crazy. Everybody takes all their money out of the economy and yeah, whatever.
Have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Right. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 skill points to use if we need. Right. We're only 4 out on board. Sorry Cop 15, Superstar Cop 14, Fascist 17, Good Cop Bad Cop 12, Honor 5, People Killed 3, cases solved. So yeah, I think these need to be above 10 or something. I think. Yeah, cool. So that's where we need to go over there. Speak to the fisher folk. NHA has to be more than 5. When are you born? I was born on the 7th of the 5th, 1985.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours. Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
Ruby-centric.
Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash? No, they didn't. Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue. Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
Yeah, it's true.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that roof, lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
Let's go speak to Renee. See if we can do that check as well.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want?
Host almighty. He's a total bummer now.
Of course he is.
Yes? What about René? Yes.
He finds comfort in the thought.
We all got to go sometime, officer. Everyone I love is already there. Probably waiting for me. I'm not afraid to die. It's been a good run, and I really miss my friends.
So, the other end of the hall, in my block of flats, there was a guy called John, and he was 98 years old, and he was living on his own. He would get in the car and go out during the day. He was still alive and moving about. But I kind of got the impression that he was done, and it was really hard for me to process, and obviously harder for him. But yeah, I can only talk about my experiences really. But I remember sort of speaking to him. He was polite and friendly, but he was a bit out of it, but he was still alive. And apparently his mum lived to 109, so you know, he had a few more years left in him. He did disappear at some point. I've not seen him or heard of him since, so maybe he passed on, bless him, rest his soul. But yeah, I got the impression that, you know, he got in the car and just drove, and he didn't care if he was going to crash, and the police would show up and start banging on his door because his family wouldn't come and visit him. His family would try to call, and when he didn't answer the phone, they would just send the police round, and the police would bang on the fucking door and start shouting, John, John, are you there, John? And then one day they kicked the fucking door in. I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? They're like, smash, smash. I opened the door. I was like, is everything all right, guys? We were just checking he's still alive. And I was like, okay. But then he couldn't close his door because they'd fucking completely destroyed it. Like when they put it back together afterwards, it wouldn't shut properly. And I was like, well, yeah, it's a fire door, so you got to fucking kick it in. When you kick it in, you've got to barge it like hard. It's not going to just give up. And yeah, they've obviously just fucking destroyed the frames like fittings. It's not fitted properly inside the concrete anymore. And he was there with a fucking plane, a sander, like taking wood off to make it close. And I was like, fuck me, man. But yeah, he seemed like he'd just checked out, like he'd lived and he was kind of done with it all. And I was like, damn, it's really weird. He just doesn't seem like he's being careful or anything. He's just like, whatever happens, happens. And I dread to think what he's seen in his lifetime, but yeah, it did kind of like, it was one of those moments where I was like, yeah, I'm not fucking 20 years old anymore. This was back when I was, I don't know, 35, 36. And I was like, I'm almost 40, man. Like I'm almost halfway there, and that's not even halfway to 98. And I was like, fuck. Yeah, it makes you think. I'm thinking of buying this game or not, but is arguing myself whether I get too bored or not. So if you count all the crashes, and it's super big though. And it's been 23 years since you were born. 23 since you were born. There's been 23 of them. Fucking hell. I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't buy this game because the publishers who are going to get the money for you buying this game are terrible people. So I wouldn't buy this game, but I would definitely suggest playing it. But I'm not going to say any more than that. But yeah, I think it's good to play through it at least once. I think there's definitely. It's very hard hitting. It's very unafraid. The dialogue and the way the story dives into some pretty fucking dark stuff, and it never pulls its punches. It's really heavy without being edgy. It's not trying to be edgy, like, oh, there's a victim of sexual assault, or there's a murder, or oh, somebody used a slur. It's not like doing it to shock you just for the sake of shocking you. It's just very unapologetic about the world of the game. The game is filled with people that are not great sometimes, and in that sense it's very true to life. There's something very viscerally real about this game that feels even though it's quite a surrealist presentation in terms of the visual art style, there's something very unapologetically real about the characters and the dialogue and the story. It doesn't soften up anything. It just, you know, it just says it, and it's kind of unafraid in that sense, and I respect it a lot for that. It's quite brave in some of the choices it makes with the dialogue. But anyway, we do have an ad break coming. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen to use need to use the loo very quickly. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. We will play the game. I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted with it. I don't know why I'm so talkative. I don't know why I'm so talkative at the moment. I feel like I could just do a just chatting stream right now, but after slagging off just chatting streamers for like an hour, it'd be a bit hypocritical. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. It's kind of, yeah, no, I just thought I thought it'd be kind of nice to have us both as like an icon, because also
we're iconic.
Yeah.
Stop it. I'll leave. Sorry, everyone. That was embarrassing.
Oh no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thank you, Krill. I forgot Ronar's resolve. Oh. Memes.
Though, where to? Remember? Neither Katya nor Crest have ever met them.
Women are temporary.
No,
Radio
we
is
seem to
forever.
be doing just fine even without them. It's like a middle
Radios
ages.
before hose, am I right?
Excellent.
Stop it.
People like slaves getting into it. I can't believe they had it worse.
Fucking
without
hell.
his lies, nonsense, and
Oh,
human
fucking hell.
sacrifices.
Excuse me. Because, yeah, it looks like we could get to there. Now. Oh. Look at this, chat. Look at this. Fucking gaming. Fuck! Fuck, that was fucking good. Quote of the day, by all means. All the redeems. Let's have a look. So today's quote of the day is, "We value your privacy." Hang on a sec. I need to unlock it. I need to interact. I need to agree to cookies, of course. Get fucked. Get fucked. Awful fight, man. Awful fight, dudes. Awful, awful fight. Fuck, that is annoying. Thank you for the GGs. Trophy level up. You're 0% to 310. Okay. Thank you for the Doomslayer. Fucking what a shit fight. What a shit fight. We need to find not just one but 5 beavers, and literally everywhere just doesn't have beavers at all. There's 0 beaver. It's just like me when I go on a night out.
Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
What's this? Gotta wonder who wanted to hide the hole. And what's on the other side.
Is that a fucking medieval glory hole? Oh. EU Reezy. EU Reezy, there we go. So non-raiders, please feel free to stop by this channel and have a look. What game is this?
What am I witnessing?
Are we watching a clip of somebody playing a Star Wars game? This Clipception chat. Look at this. Where else do you get this kind of integration?
What a clip.
It's a bunch of community-made mods that the developer actually sort of bundled up into a patch. Hello, cow. Oh no, sorry. Sit down. You can sit down. Oh, sorry. Did I disturb? Oh no. No, he's having a nibble. Okay. Or she's having a nibble. Sorry. It doesn't have any horns, so it must be a female cow. Well, you'd think so. If the laws of nature apply in this game. What the fuck was I saying before I got distracted by a cow? I think it's gone. Sorry, gang. I think it's gone. Fuck's sake. Yeah, no, it's gone. It might come back to me in a moment. Oh shit. Oh, box. Oh, box. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Oh yeah, I haven't got bot crumbs filtered out. Oh fucking hell. Speaking of bots, get fucked. Fucking. Oh, I see. Shit. What? Welcome back, everybody. Have your patience, I appreciate that. 8 severe systemic crashes, 12 major market corrections, and 3 crypto meltdowns. Oh, fucking hell. Grandma's dad said he wanted to die for 30 years because he had seen everything and done everything according to him. Give him a heart attack and smash it open. I will visit you, keep you awake in chat because you have to stream at 98. Could you imagine? I'm still streaming. Maybe buying it in the winter when I have low dopamine here is not as much as high speed energy now because it's summer. What are we talking about? A heart attack? Low dopamine in winter?
We are both very sorry for your loss. Death of a friend is a terrible thing.
Buying the game. Yeah, well, yeah, no, this game, yeah.
Part of life. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone.
Quite slow compared to other games. Well, it's slow when I play it because I talk a lot, but because I stop and start fucking waffling about something that's just barely even tenuously connected to like anything that's happening in the game at this given moment. But yeah, you can just play through it, and I feel as if streaming the game and playing it alone would be very different experiences because like you guys are seeing how I react to the story, and even the second time through I'm finding out things that I missed because I couldn't get checks done or whatever. But yeah, like I feel as if as an experience, yeah, it keeps pace with you. You could stop and think about what you've just heard at any, like right now, I can stop and think about, you know, everything we've just heard, or anything we're talking about. So for me, it's a really good game to stream because it moves at the pace we move, and I like that. But yeah, if you played it on your own, you get to play it at your own pace, and you can always just stop and do something else. But I would really genuinely, because me streaming the game means that I didn't have my phone distracting me and I didn't get up and go and do something else. You should really lock in for this game because there is so much under the surface. There's so much going on. There's so many little things about it that make it so incredibly compelling that you really do want to be locked in for it. If you're going to play this game, your phone needs to be switched off. You need to be, you know, uninterrupted for hours at a time. You've got to fall into this game, and just you've got to be willing to just try and overturn you just turn over every stone and click on every option and just really like play through it without a goal in mind. Just play through it, choosing options that you would choose or that sound like the best option, and just see how you end up, and then play it a couple of times until you kind of realize that, yeah, you've sort of got the grip of it, if that makes sense. You've got the lay of the land with everything. But yeah, it is. People play time 10 hours, crumbs 100 hours. Yeah, it's true. I fucking, you know, I like chatting to you guys, and I like talking about stuff. So, you know.
I just don't know anymore about anything really. But you must need something. Officer, I just can't do this right now. The Union, it just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, okay. Because yeah, there's a rhetoric check we haven't done yet.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Right. Rhetoric 3. We got anything that improves rhetoric? That's minus rhetoric. Minus rhetoric. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to put a couple of points in rhetoric. Rhetoric, sorry. Hang on, where is it? Yeah. We've already leveled it up 3 times, for fuck's sake. Double the most. Welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. I think it would be interesting what results I get compared to you in the story. Yeah, well, this playthrough, I have definitely tried to sort of lean towards certain things in the hope of getting a trophy or 2. We have popped a few trophies, but I was hoping to get like maybe 10 or 11 just by being thorough and doing all the side missions. But no, lots of this stuff is actually way more to do with really genuinely your choices and how the character evolves. There's a lot more trophies involved with things you get to, levels you get to with certain qualities of the character rather than achieving certain, like, you know, tasks in the game. Like obviously getting your pinball on was one of the quests that we need to find that key to unlock that door to plug the pinball machine in to get it to. Yeah, like, you know, I don't think I had to plug it in or not, but yeah, you had to do all sorts of stuff to get access to an area to do something. But there's a whole bunch of trophies which are just, you know, the character's stats need to get to a certain level, and then you have to choose a certain dialogue option. So the next playthrough we do, we're going to have to probably just go step by step with a guide, which is a bit slower, but, you know, I do want to make sure I get all the trophies because, yeah, it's a game that I'd like to 100% because it's up there with Bloodborne and, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2 and a few other games that I've just yeah, they're just perfect. Like, they're as close to perfect as it gets in the video game. No game is perfect. Every game's got stuff that's not perfect for me, but just as a product, they're just, yeah, going very well. I'm in Greece right now having a nice holiday, getting my first tattoo soon. Well, I hope you enjoy your holiday. If you do get tattooed, make sure you protect it from the sun and don't go in the sea. You won't be able to go swimming with a fresh tattoo, I'm afraid. Because, yeah, 26 degrees at night. Oh, at 26 at night. It's the low point, by the way. When the sun is up, the UV is also 10. Oh, that's bright. That's fucking bright.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Poor underprivileged grandma. What kind of a fucking debuff is poor underprivileged grandma, but ratted out the lady driver? Fucking hell. Luckily, I'm doing the tattoo on that last day. Yes, good idea. I think we only have like 4 to 5.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up.
Yep. This is where the BRB screen comes from. Yep. Yep.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need.
This right here. Is that? I wonder if I can get it like perfectly. So yeah, because you can just about see that over there. Not quite that far. It's about... It's about there, I think. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm almost there. It is almost there. It's a different time of day, but it is almost there. So I think we're a little bit lower. And then zoom. Yeah, I think it's about there. I think it's about there. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. But yeah, that's where the BRB screen comes from, basically. What does the text say? I mean, I guess as much when I saw you playing this game for the first time, the art style is pretty unique. Yes, so what does the text say? So the writing on the ground says, Un jour... hang on, I can tell you. Un jour, je serai de retour près de toi, sorry. Un jour, je serai de retour près de toi. One day I will return to your side. And it's written by a character called Cindy the Skull, who at some point in the game disappears. But she does mention, throughout the game, she mentions trying to come up with a mural of some sort, and that's what she ends up with. And it's a very significant moment in the game for me. I remember the first time it happened on my first playthrough, I was like, holy shit, man. Like, not only does the game look amazing, stuff like that, like just some graffiti written on the floor, it completely arrested me. My attention was completely just enveloped in that moment, and I was like, holy shit, man, what a fucking statement. And yeah, I'm not alone. I've seen numerous people have that phrase tattooed on them. Like, a tattoo. I mean, people get volition and rhetoric and visual calculus tattoos and stuff. Yeah, I want to check which one that was actually. This one, conceptualization. Yeah, I saw somebody get a conceptualization tattoo on their forearm, and the tattoo artist, tattooers obviously share their work to show how good they are, but like some of them are creative with how they present it. And this tattooer, they'd created this. They got the music and they got this camera angle of them like on the floor with no trousers on, and then this song starts playing. And they wake up and put their trousers on. They're like really out of it. And then they see like a tattoo stencil on someone's arm with the picture, and they start tattooing with the music. And I was like, that was a really cool way to deliver it, because they've obviously done their research and they know what Disco Elysium is. But yeah, some of these are just, yeah, they're so beautiful. And yeah, Volition. Like Volition as like the dialogue and the character and the personality of this particular aspect of our mindset, it's one of the most compelling characters I've ever experienced in a video game. Is this aspect of the character's mental state and everything. The things they say cut through me like a fucking knife. And I don't know if I would get this tattooed unless I could find someone that could copy this exactly. And it's oil painting, so it's fucking difficult to do. But I would like to try and make this out of metal. I'd like to try and get this shape. And like how to, you guys can't see the cursor because yeah, it's weird how sometimes you can see the cursor and sometimes you can't. To cut this shape, like, and then like bend it, but I'd have to heat the metal up with a torch. It would take fucking ages. But yeah, yeah, you guys can't see the cursor again, which is strange. Because she usually. There you go. Was it 42?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
It's cool. I'm getting a tattoo in Latin. Really, what are you getting? Because I haven't read any Latin for years.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Because I'll arrest you if you don't.
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
An investment? What kind of investment?
Or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
Oververse has been my reason to keep going for very long. Oh, I see. So there's a lot of sentimentality behind the tattoo. Well, I hope it continues to help you embody that phrase. But there's dialogue from this game. Maybe not un jour, maybe not one day I'll return to your side, because I've seen that a lot. But weave this into the story of you is an expression that holds particular significance to me. Because I feel as if it's kind of a reference to the concept that you just have to. You have to accept what happens in life, otherwise you're just never going to move on. And you have to incorporate things into the fold, and you have to take the rough with the smooth. So yeah, you have to weave things into the story of you. I think that's a very powerful statement to make. And I think there's a certain amount of life is just learning how to incorporate things into who you are and not allowing them to control you. Yes, we've all been hurt. We've all had our hearts broken. We've all experienced loss and, But I think that some people struggle more with the concept of realizing that, yeah, everybody gets kicked in the heart every now and again. It's just an unfortunate side effect of life. If you run the risk of losing somebody by caring about them, you will eventually get your heart broken in some way, shape or form. But not to quote Shakespeare, of course, but it's better to have, experienced love than to have never experienced it at all, to know what it feels like. And I think there's an understanding in the contrast of life. Once you've felt the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, you have an appreciation for how calm and peaceful and stable the middle ground is. But to the same token, you also realize that always being smack bang in the fucking middle, it feels incredibly numb. And that's one of the really terrifying things for me about antidepressants that I've been told by friends that are on them, is that yes, they no longer have the soul crushing lows, but they also haven't enjoyed anything in years. Like everything is just kind of, there's this like incredibly significant indifference to everything. And that really worries me. So for my depression, I've always wanted to try and tackle it myself because I'm an idiot man like that. But at the same time, I feel as if I'd rather sort of, struggle to, deal with it myself and have some success than become medicated where you can't feel anything good because you can't feel anything bad because you're kind of switching off all of your emotions. I feel like using alcohol and drugs for a long time to turn off my emotions, or at least take the edge off and turn the volume of my emotions down. Part of my sobriety was confronting my emotions and realizing that, when something that happened to you that you obviously haven't really dealt with, when you're reminded of that and you get that emotion, you can't run away from it anymore. You have to stand there and face it. You have to let that wave wash over you. You have to let yourself get wet. You have to let it hit you. And you have to sit there with it. You have to stand there, plant both your fucking feet on the floor. You have to stand there and fucking feel it. You have to let it fucking radiate through your body and learn how to cope with it. Because you can't run away from it anymore. Some of that was quite difficult, of course, but formative, tempering, I would say. That now I know what sadness is, and I know what loss is, and I know what jealousy is, and I know what anger is. I know what it is. I know that it's a chemical reaction within my body, but I also know what it feels like without any other adulterants or distractions. I know what it feels like unfiltered, and I feel like I kind of understand it a bit better, and therefore I can kind of process it a little bit. And it's a journey. I'm only 40 years old. I've only been sober for 7 years. I've only been off drugs for like maybe 12 years. So there's still moments where like I'll watch a film and something will happen and I'm like, oh my God, like, yeah, I would probably be drunk if I wasn't, this would probably make me want to drink because it's an emotion that I'm very, very ill-equipped to process, if that makes sense. But yeah, Spider-Man, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Tama, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How was stream? It says here you were playing Red Alert. I think you were playing Red Alert last time. I hope you had a good match. I can do all through which God strengthens me. Yeah, I mean, if that's what means a lot to you, then go for it, dude. Outraged by this stupid bullshit. Just found out that if I talk about physical media in the chat on PlayStation, my account will be temporarily banned. To complete. Also, if you mention it in messages on PlayStation Network, they're going to ban you. Fuck, that's terrible, dude. That's fucking terrible. That's how I had it for a while. Everything's just okay, but now I'm in a very good place. So I'm glad to hear it, dude. Fucking, yeah, he's fucking insane. Very angry. What the hell? Dude, sorry. Hey, dude, yeah, we're on the final mission of the Allies campaign. Enjoy. What's this? PlayStation bans users. Kajavi, welcome in. PlayStation streams are issuing... Oh, excuse me. What have I hidden the browser? Is the browser hidden? Excuse me. Browser? There we go. PlayStation streams are issuing temporary bans to users criticizing its decision to end physical games. Official PlayStation streams are reportedly handing out temporary bans to users criticizing its decision to end production of physical games. Pierre54V reported their official PlayStation Twitch stream in France is issuing temporary bans to anyone as much as criticizing the console maker's recent decision to end production of games on physical discs. So Twitch streams were getting banned. Exclusion temporaire. Pour faire l'objet d'une exclusion temporaire de chat, vous pourrez reprendre la discussion dans un... Because you were discussing something, okay. Because, I mean, have you guys seen what's happening to all of their social media posts? It's fucking brutal. Oh, why's Ted putting the cat down somewhere? Excuse me. Oh, fucking hell, look at this. Whenever I fucking go to search something, it's just like the algorithm's like, oh, he's looking for something. Okay, let's show him some technology. But yeah, let's also show him loads of attractive women who he has no chance of marrying, for fuck's sake. But yeah. If we go to their PlayStation account, oh, hey, Ollie. Is that I need their official account. How can I go to their actual account? Yeah, here we go. PlayStation. So yeah, every post, people are just commenting physical forever and no disc, no buy. Everybody is just commenting physical forever and just disc emojis, boycott. Like their social media is getting absolutely fucking decimated right now. Every post, people are just putting physical forever, no disc. They're obviously paying people to go through and fucking delete them. But yeah, every time a new post lands, it's just physical forever, no discs, no PS6. Like everybody is absolutely flaming their socials. It's fucking hilarious to watch, man, because they must pay to have somebody make the post, and they pay to boost the post, and they pay to advertise it, because there's normally like a link in there. Like these days when you click on the comments of a post, it shows you like another fucking advert for what the post is about. But yeah, if you scroll past that, it's just people saying physical. I mean, I've been posting it as well, but yeah, it's fucking crazy. So Stu, PlayStation will do nothing. They said, yeah, we've reached levels of cyberpunk dystopia which shouldn't be possible. Yeah, what you be watching as if as it should be, burn it all. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, I'm not looking at, the thing is, because I have male centric interests like cars, engineering, you know, and things like that. The algorithm sends that stuff, but you know. Cerveza Crista, not the Cerveza Crista. But no, the thing is, if you look at my actual feed, I'm going to get outed so hard right now. I bet all my friends have posted thirst traps. If you look at my actual feed, it's miniatures, people playing with their dogs while streaming a Gran Turismo game, bees being an absolute queen as usual. I don't know who that is. A Sony post. Yeah, that's a new Sony post. So the comments. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. It's like discs and a middle finger. Yeah, a middle finger made out of discs. No disc, no buy. No disc, no buy, no play. You can hide all you want. You can't escape from us. No disc, no PS6, no disc, no more PlayStation, no buy, no PlayStation, no disc, no, but no buy Sony. Just the fucking comments on every single post. But this is my actual feed. Is fucking people cutting pipes and doing weird shit with balloons and everything to make a fucking foghorn. What's this? Rebecca Chambers faces backlash after racist tweets resurfaced. What the fuck is this? No, that's got to be a fucking satire. It's got to be. Battlefield 6. Somebody shooting a gun. Some sorry guys, I fell. My arse cheeks are so big I make a dent in the floor. Somebody drinking a lot of energy drinks. Miria, Cyberpunk, Shroud, advertisement, Battlefield 6. Some really realistic looking video game from Bodycam. That game looks terrifying. It's so realistic. This person does loads and loads of really good videos on stuff. Cosplay creators that do horror, food, Battlefield 6, Muffin, weird cat videos. I'm sorry, my humor is so broken. Fucking memes like this. Yeah. Live. Scream being fucking goated, I bet. Oh, 2 headshots. Battlefield, lads. This is my actual algorithm. Notice how there's no naked women. Notice how my fucking Instagram feed, there's no thirst traps. I don't follow any of those girls. They're not, like, I don't follow any of it. I don't interact with it. Like, it's not on my feed. Like, it's not being suggested to me. But the second I search for something, because I have male-centric interests like cars and that sort of stuff, the second I go to search for something, where's the search thing gone? The second I go to search for something, right, suddenly it's going to be like loads and loads of tattooed girls that I don't know being suggested to me. And I'm like, yeah, it's a bit weird, because I've got nothing against it. You know, these girls are allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. It just doesn't need to be on my feed, you know? Like, I don't need to see it, because I feel kind of weird, you know? Like, I don't want to be in public scrolling through TikTok or Instagram and see something. It's not, you know, that's not who I am, right? I don't have any, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not going to shame them for it, but yeah, I don't want to see it, you know? It's not for me. Oh shit, I hope your Twitch doesn't count. I don't think they'll ban my Twitch account. I don't think Twitch is going to do anything on behalf of Sony. Minotaurs, Battlefield girls. Krill sending very sus posts. Those beans are not any. Oh, were they beans? Okay. PlayStation's making it very hard for me. Yeah, this is it. Those things Crumb send to me every day. Again, very going to be watching. I got so much German shit on my non-TOS stuff. Learning about Bread's algorithm. Blindback, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Well, no, I thought I'd just show you guys, because obviously when I clicked on search, there was, I think what happens is, because some of my friends do cosplay, and because I see cosplay from certain creators that do like horror, where they create really disturbing props and like costumes that are very unnerving to look at, and I find it very interesting how you can take somebody very young and attractive but make them sort of scary. Just with a bit of makeup and maybe some, you know, a handful of props, they can create something really unnerving to look at, right? It's a very, very interesting talent that some people have. But because I like a handful of cosplayers' posts, it equates that to some other kinds of cosplays that I'm not, you know, I don't tend to interact with it, but it falls under the same sort of, you know, bracket, you know? But yeah. But this is, I'll scroll through my Instagram and show you guys. That's what my feed actually looks like. There isn't anything like that on there, so I don't know why when I go to search, there's a bunch of stuff like that, you know? But you can see, like, it's just fucking unhinged memes, just stupid, like, completely, like, logicless, pointless, just weird, broken humor memes. Like that cat howling with the video compression, it just glitching backwards and forwards. My humor is so broken, I find that shit fucking hilarious. Like, it's just so stupid. But yeah, anyway. Back to the video game I'm supposed to be playing. So what about the girls? Well, they're there, you know. TikTok hour and is even more insane. Well, I don't even know. I mean, you know, dare I risk it? But my TikTok should be fairly clean as well, to be honest. You know, but it is TikTok, so you know. Oh, excuse me. Battlefield, Lewis Hamilton. Someone talking. Streamer clip. Cronus, so many of these fucking kids, they're fucking using hacks. They get hacks inside their controller now. Like, it's wired into the controller. It's fucking so sketchy. Footy, Argentina being really fucking, I think it's Argentina. Music, someone talking, streamer clip, old British history, engineering, firearms, mechanics. Paddy Pimblett, someone talking to the camera, Battlefield. Don't know who those people are. Some other streamer. Some kid wearing, some kid's wearing a plastic bag because it looks like Messi's jersey. And I think they sent him a jersey. They invited him to a match. Advertisement, football. This is my algorithm. And I wouldn't change it for a thing. I wouldn't change it for the world. Zuby? See? It's just fucking engineering. Like, engineering, video games, football, dancing, cats. But yeah, like, there's hardly any thirst trappy stuff on there. This is what I mean. Like, my algorithm is fairly clean, and I'm quite happy to show you guys. So when I say my algorithm is fairly clean, it is fairly clean. And I was expecting my TikTok to fucking burn me there, but no. Because because I don't really interact with that stuff very much. You know, I see somebody, they're dancing, they're sort of building themselves a platform and an audience, and then they monetize that audience. I'm not going to shame it. You know, it's not up for me to make a decision. They can do what they want. It's their body, it's their choice and everything. I support them in that. If they feel empowered by it, they're not being, obviously if they're being exploited and it's non-consensual, then fuck, that's disgusting. But if they want to do it and that's what they want to do, then that's up to them. You know, it's their life, it's their body, they can do what they want. I'm not going to judge it. But yeah, it does look pretty fucking incriminating to see it on my feed. So when I see it, I'm like, why is that there? Like, I don't interact with that stuff. I don't. It shouldn't be there. But it wants me to see it. It wants me to click on it. But only in the search section. It's like, oh, you're looking for something new. How about a bunch of young women you've never seen before that are covered in tattoos and don't wear much clothes? I'm like, as beautiful as they are, I still feel kind of weird because it's not for me, you know? I'm not their target audience, obviously. Well, maybe I am, I don't know, but yeah. Particularly even more insane. And you follow the first one, Princess Diana, yep. Brain broke after that, where you watch... No, I don't watch Mr. Beast, but obviously it's a popular clip because they're a content creator, so it gets served to me. I wanted to watch the thing with the impact wrench. Got no clue how it works. Well, this is it. Like, this is why I like following that stuff, you know, because it's interesting to see how the mechanics of stuff works. But that's what my algorithm is. It's mechanics and engineering and construction and sports and stuff like that. So it's a lot of male-centric interests. But the algorithm's like, okay, this is a male user. Show him half-naked women because that'll keep his attention. And like I say, they're all beautiful. But I'm never going to meet them. I'm never going to get to know them. I'm never going to get a chance to date them or marry them. So it's pointless. Like, I just, you know, if I can't talk to them and become friends with them, then, you know, whatever. Like, if I can't interact with them as a human being, then yeah, like, they have no interest. I have no interest in them because, you know, yeah, like, I can't get to know them as a person. You know, and I know that it might sound like I'm trying to fucking overcompensate now, but like, if I can't like get to know you as a person, I genuinely don't care how attractive you are. Like, if you're a boring person and I don't like you as a person, I have absolutely no interest whatsoever. Life's too short. Life's too short. Pick your friends wisely. And yeah, like, I can get along with just about anybody. As I'm sure you guys can tell, I can get along with just about anybody. So I have to be a bit choosy about who I choose to get along with sometimes. And yeah, I couldn't give a fuck how attractive you are. Like, well done, congrats, you know, on winning the genetic lottery. But if you're boring or a bad person underneath because your looks have carried you, I'm not interested. You know, I have come across people before. I'm like, damn, that's a very, very attractive human being. But then you realise that they've always been a bit of a cunt to everybody, and they think they're better than everyone because they've been treated differently because of their attraction. It's the pretty privilege, they call it. And yeah, it's insufferable. It's the way they expect to always get what they want, the way they fucking, you know, the way they can't take no for an answer. It's really, really insufferable. And I don't like it, to be honest. So yeah. But at the same time, like I say, I don't need to see them dancing around in a bikini. You know, they can do that if they want, but it shouldn't be shown to me because I'm way too old to be seeing it for a start. And plus, I don't know the person. You know, I'm not really, you know, affiliated with them. I don't really have any shared interests with them. You know, because every now and again there'll be a young, attractive woman talking about how a car engine works, or how a transmission or a particular kind of synchro mesh gearbox works in a particular car. And I'm like, okay, so they found something that I'm interested in, but there's a woman delivering the information, which is going to resonate with me because I'm a man. That's kind of clever. Yeah, but there needs to be some information. It can't just be a woman, you know? Like, I don't objectify women like that. So you can't just show me a woman without much clothes on and expect me to pay any mind or interest, because I need some information to think about, you know? But anyway. I'm so picky. The girls come up on small girls' feed too, and small girls think that's how you are supposed to. It does set standards. It does set standards. And like I say, whilst I'm fully in support of women using their bodies in the way that they see fit, it's up to them ultimately. I think that there should be more, you know, there should be more education about the dangers of doing that kind of stuff. Because there are some dangers that shouldn't exist. Some of those dangers are because of men and how men behave. But there are also some dangers that are because of the way women treat other women in those kind of spaces, where if a woman feels like her attractiveness is being overshadowed by another woman's attractiveness, that can sometimes cause an issue, which obviously I don't know that much about, but it's something I've been made aware of. But I can't remember the name of the documentary, but there was a documentary being filmed. I don't know if it's been finished and released yet, about how women that were making lots of money off websites where they do, like, you know, adult material, as they start to age and they start to fall off, because unfortunately it is a young person's game on both sides of the fence, let's be honest about it, they would then start like grooming younger girls into doing it, like women, older women grooming younger girls into doing it, and then taking a cut and sort of, you know, trying to secure their revenue stream by helping and supporting and platforming younger women, and then saying, well, you owe me a bit of your money because I helped you get to where you are, even though this young attractive woman would have got there on her own. She didn't know that, so they were taking advantage. And I was like, damn. So it's not just horrible greasy men, like, you know, basically grooming young women into doing adult film work. There's women doing it as well. And I was like, damn, that's fucking scary. But yeah, like I say, I don't want to talk about it and come across as if I'm judging it or anything. It's you know, they can do what they want, you know. But I think they should be more aware of the consequences. I think the consequences are downplayed to the point where lots of young women are like, well, I'll do that. You know, it's everyone's liberal, everyone's open-minded, but they don't realize that actually there's a bunch of people that might see that and then treat them completely, even though they shouldn't. This is the thing, they shouldn't treat them any differently. They're just, you know, they're monetizing and profiting from the fact that they're treated like an object. It's not their fault they're treated like an object, and they probably prefer not to be treated like an object, but they can't see a world where that's ever going to be the case. So their logic is, well, if I'm going to be treated like an object, I may as well make some money from it. You know, if I'm going to be objectified by everybody that sees me, I may as well fucking get paid for it, because, you know, like the other people are going to fucking, you know, like it's like Lily Allen said. I said this, I won't repeat all of it. I said this on the other stream, but like Lily Allen was saying, do you know what? Like paparazzi and fashion industries have made millions sexualizing me. They've used my body and my image, sexualized me to make money. So why the fuck can't I? Because she started an OnlyFans for a fee. So why can't I make some money off of my body? It's my body. And I was like, she's got a fucking point, dude. She's got a fucking solid. And I've always liked Lily Allen. She's always had her head firmly screwed on her shoulders. Like a lot of musicians, she's had stuff happen and everything. But you know, but yeah, like she was in the public eye pretty aggressively for a long time, and lots of people made lots of money from her and her body. So she's like, well, why the fuck can't I make some money? And I was like, fair enough. She's got a point, you know? Because now when it comes to bullying, women versus women, a lot worse than men versus men too. Feel different. Well, the thing is, I think men bully each other. It's complicated, because I would argue that men bully each other more for fun than maliciously, whereas I think women are much more malicious to each other. Women can be really friendly with each other, but they can also be really malicious to each. Whereas men aren't necessarily malicious; they would just get physically violent. Yeah, men are verbal, but then it turns into physical violence. But women don't tend to resort to physical violence until much later, which means they have much more bandwidth to become much more sort of, you know, malicious verbally before they cross that line. So I think maybe you see stuff like that. But I think men and women are just human beings. They both have the capacity to be nasty to other people. It's just obviously they're nasty in ways that align with what they have at their disposal. They have a certain approach for hurting somebody else's feelings. Men like to hurt each other's feelings by emasculating each other, by beating each other up. But women don't tend to use physical violence. They tend to use much more social engineering and stuff. But it's the same principle, right? They're trying to hurt somebody else, and they're trying to hurt them in a way that, you know, they have the capacity to hurt them with. So it's just different. But the driving factor is often quite similar. It's just the outcome is different. Def Jam, enjoy your daily bread. Feel different than other stuff too. Men say it straight to your face. No, I see a lot of men chatting shit behind other people's backs. A lot, to be honest. I see a lot of men saying shit behind other people's backs as well. But yeah, enjoy your daily bread, Blind Bat. It's good to see you again, Blind Bat. I hope you've been well, dude. I haven't seen you for a little while, but I hope you've been well. But yeah, this is it. People have been malicious and violent towards each other in various different ways for centuries. It's not, you know, I don't think any side, I don't think men or women are better or worse. I think, yeah, it's just, it's the way in which they attack each other. People have always attacked each other. It's just they attack each other in ways that they have the capacity to do so. And it'd be nice to undermine the need to attack each other, because attacking each other is not good. It creates negative energy that then, you know, the person that's been attacked then attacks somebody else who attacks somebody else who attacks somebody else who attacks somebody else, and it just goes on and on and on. And it's generational. You get people that are spiteful and verbally sort of, you know, catty and aggressive towards people. They have children, and they then teach their children to do that by, you know, by proxy. They're around when they see their parents doing that, and they pick up on it because that's what kids do. They learn from their parents. And the cycle continues, and until we find a way to stop it, it gets worse and worse sometimes. If anybody has something to say, I'll say it to the face and then bite. Only got them bullying straight to my face, of course, on my back, but then remember when they pretend to be friends when they go away and start talking shit about that person. Yeah, I mean, I've had loads and loads of like blokes say things about me behind my back, and then when I've confronted them about that, they're really, really sort of like, no, I didn't say that. No, this person's just trying to get me in trouble because they don't like you. Actually, it was them that said this. And I'm like, oh, fucking hell, man. Like, the thing is, like, if you've got the minerals to say it to my face, I almost respect you enough to let it go. I'm like, do you know what? Fair enough. If it pissed you off that much, then fair enough. But yeah, hearing that, being sent screenshots of group chats where like one person is just slagging me off constantly and everybody else is kind of just like letting it happen. And I'm like, fucking hell, man, grow up. Bully my girlfriend in bed. Well, hopefully consensually, of course. Hopefully with consent. Most rich men at least only straight to one's face. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, like I say, people have been attacking each other in various different capacities and methods for centuries. It's always happened. It's not different now. It's just we have ways of doing it that are advantageous in some way. And yeah, when you can't physically attack somebody or make them look stupid, if you can destroy their reputation, because that's it. When somebody can't go after you like face to face, they go after your reputation, which is why people start saying things behind your back and everything. And yeah, like I've had this before where somebody said, well, somebody told me this and somebody told me this and somebody told me this. And I'm like, okay, let's just clarify a few things. Yes, I was drunk. Yes, I fell over. And when I fell over, I bumped into somebody, but that was it. I didn't hit anybody and I didn't push anybody. I fell over because I was drunk. I was wrong because I was drunk, but I didn't maliciously attack anybody. Somebody told me you pushed them over in the pub. I didn't push them over. I fell over. I was drunk and I fell over and I went into them. I didn't push them, and it's like, it's such a silly thing, but it's like, yeah, something. And the thing that pisses me off the most is people that weren't even there. People that weren't even there talk about it as if they were involved. And that nothing pisses me off more when somebody that wasn't involved, like I said earlier, inserts themselves into the drama because they've got nothing better to do. And they start talking about it as if they were there. They're like, oh yeah, no, he pushed them over and then he was rude about it. And it's like, you weren't fucking there. I was shit-faced drunk, which is something that I used to do. Somebody fucking bumped into me and I fell over. And when I fell over, I bumped into somebody else. I didn't push somebody. I just fell over. There's a difference. Now, I know that you need to find some story to fucking make it seem like I'm a bad guy, but ask all the people that know me. I'm not that bad of a guy. I'm not perfect, but I'm not a bad guy. I'm not malicious. I don't need to be. I'm very lucky to have the life that I have, and therefore I don't feel the need to attack other people. I'm content. I have enough, Obviously, it'd be nice to have more, but I know that, it's a daydream. It's a pipe dream. It's, up in the air. It doesn't really exist, I'm never going to be rich. I'm never going to be famous. I'm just going to try and be happy because what else is there? Me as a man don't care about social media, at least. I can only speak from my personal experience of what I've heard from a female friend. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. People have, because social media has massively, massively amplified how aggressive people are towards other people because they can hide behind a username, they can hide behind animosity, they can say things and they can screenshot things out of context and stuff, and it's like, for fuck's sake, man, like. And yeah, I haven't really experienced too much of it on social media, but I think that's because I live in a small town where in the past somebody said something about me. I've gone and spoken to them directly and said, hey, somebody told me that you were saying this and that's not true. Why are you saying this? Or did you say something that they misinterpreted? Did they misunderstand? I want to clear this up because it seems as if you're saying something that isn't true. And usually me being, not confrontational, but speaking to somebody directly is usually enough to make them realize, okay, you can't just say shit about that person. They will ask you about it, and they're not afraid to come and speak to you. So that makes them stop because they don't want that actual in-life confrontation. They want to be able to use hating somebody else to develop social capital within a group of friends. And yeah, this is it. Like, I remember like worrying about it, and somebody was like, listen, dude, like, you know, you're not a musician, but I am. This is a friend who's, makes music. And he was like, having haters means you're doing it right. It means you have a personality. If you have no haters, then you have no personality. And if you have no personality, then what kind of life are you leading? You cannot get through life without at least a handful of people disliking you. They're just going to dislike you. That's just it. That's just life. You cannot be everyone's cup of tea. There's always going to be a handful of people that just dislike you, but no fucking good reason. And you try and speak to them about it. You try and clarify it. You try and explain yourself. There is no explanation. They just don't like you, and that's it. And you just have to let it go. And I was like, cool. You know, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, you can't. If you haven't got any haters, you know, and I'm not saying you shouldn't just make everybody hate you. You know, if everybody hates you, there's obviously something wrong. But yeah, no matter how good you try to be, no matter how polite and friendly and, unconfrontational and accepting and liberal you are, which is all the qualities that I try and embody, people are going to dislike you. That's it. You know, you can't please everybody. Some people are just miserable fucks that are just going to dislike you. So you just have to fucking live with it and just ignore them, because that's just how life is, you know? But yeah, a couple of times I've been like, why are you saying that? That's not what happened, you know? For a start, you weren't there. And they're like, I'm like, you weren't there. Because I was there. You're talking about me because I was there. But you weren't there. So why are you talking about it like you were there? So who told you this? Oh, I don't remember who told. Yeah, you don't remember who told you. Okay, that's that. So you just miraculously came across this information. You found out all this stuff that's not true, apparently. Not true. All this stuff that apparently happened that isn't true. And you're talking about it with such conviction that people are believing you, but it isn't true because you weren't there. And I'm like, so how about you just stop saying that? Because you weren't there, you don't know what you're talking about, and you shouldn't lie to people. How's that? And most of the time, people realise they put a foot wrong and they apologise, and I leave it at that, you know? But occasionally someone's like, oh yeah, no one's going to fucking believe you. And I'm like, all right then, dude, see you later. You know, like, have fun lying about me to impress people. It's fucking stupid, dudes. But social media made it so much worse. So many people bitching about people in DMs and fucking group chats and stuff, and it's just like, fuck's sake, man. Nothing turns me off more. Like, I don't want to talk about other people. I want to talk about films and books and music and games and, you know, sights to go see in the world and foods and clothing and culture and, you know, interesting things. I don't want to talk about somebody else and what they said and what, you know, it's always the most fucking menial fucking bullshit as well. Like, oh, they said this, and I know that when they said this, what they meant is this, and there's always a bunch of mental gymnastics tied up with it. I'm just like, for fuck's sake, are you serious? Like, you're fabricating this entire story in front of me, and I'm just not buying it. Like, I'm just not getting involved. It's got nothing to do with me. But they need their opinion validated. They have a feeling and they need it validated by other people because they're not sure of themselves. But yeah. And it's, yeah, social media has made it so much worse. Rainbow Sweet ain't going to worry about me. You're famous to us. Well, you guys are famous to me. Well, this is the thing. Like, small boys aren't sensitive to these things, but they are. They just don't show it. You know, they're not taught to be men. They're taught to not be girls. And so they're taught to not show emotion. So they're affected by things. Things affect them, but they just don't talk about it. They bottle it up. And then by the time they're a teenager, they're just full of anger and resentment. And that's why some of them lash out. Won't let me gamble. Yeah, I think there is a cooldown. Seen a beautiful place to search for Zia on Mount Zia on Kos. Going there in like 2 days. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope the tattoo doesn't give you too much trouble if you're climbing a mountain. Never care what other boys posted. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, I like seeing other people's artwork. It doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl or, you know, asexual or non-binary, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I didn't have a Twitter until I was part of a football group, and obviously having a Twitter allowed me to see, because lots of people talk about football on Twitter. But yeah, whenever I saw people's tweets, I was like, this is just people bitching. This is people just, you know, they're just like, they think that their thoughts are so cool that other people are going to be interested. And it always felt a bit conceited to me. But I mean, I have one now for sort of posting go lives and stuff. But yeah, I never really got Twitter because, you know, like I just didn't think that my thoughts were that interesting to post on the internet to have other people validate them. In the same way that when so many people have said to me, you should start a podcast talking about art or talking about video games or both. I'm like, yeah, but I don't think that my musings and articulations about video games are that interesting. Like, I talk about them on stream because it's just a live stream. It's, you know, it's not that important. But making it into a podcast, episodic, and shipping it out to people, it feels kind of weird. I don't think it's that important, to be honest. Ate this, or I am wearing that. It bottled up everything, and when it came out at my age, I finally started letting my emotions show. First couple of times, I just cried for hours. It was exhausting. Exactly, done with the most. It's a formative experience to just fucking let go and just allow your emotions to exist and just to be at peace with them, because they're not going anywhere. This is the thing. There are men that are in their 50s that have been bottling their emotions up since they were 9 years old, and they wonder why they are such a fucking wreck emotionally. They're such a mess. It's because you've never fucking acknowledged your emotions. And after 40 years, they haven't gone anywhere. So I'm sorry, but you're not winning that fight. They're still there, making you even more resentful, even more bitter, even more angry, even more depressed. It's all still there. You've buried it very deeply, but it's rotted you from the inside out because of that. It's just how it happens. If you don't fucking address those emotions and allow yourself to process them, they're just going to fucking eat you inside out. You know, and it's not going to be a nice process for you or your fucking loved ones. Like, just address your emotions. Young, she got mad, didn't have a bag, for instance, because some of her friend posted she had one. Best person to articulate things I know is you. That's very kind of you to say, Crow. Thank you guys for accepting me. Oh, of course we'd accept people, you know. Thank you for being you. Anyway, let's play the fucking video game I'm supposed to be playing, because we've got 3 minutes until the next ad break. Oh. Excuse me.
I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here? Officer, do I look like a drug lord? I don't have that kind of money. Be reasonable here. Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
Right, so check the boardwalk. Play games since when? Yeah, exactly. When you start going on the rants and stuff, I just really listened. I don't do that with many people. You use your words very well. I appreciate that, dudes. Honestly, it's, you know, like I've said before, like I'm never going to become a very popular streamer. You know, like I say, I've disconnected myself from any ambitions of ever turning this into anything that it isn't already. I know that the platform is fucking on its arse. Streaming is a very competitive field. You need to do some very, very, you know, very obscure and, you know, unique things. And it's not from a lack of creativity. I'm fortunate to be a very creative person, but I also feel like I don't want to start climbing a ladder with Twitch, bending over backwards, compromising my integrity, doing things that are gonna, you know, maybe help me grow the channel and then not being me. But I've always been lucky that I can just play a video game and talk to you guys, and that's enough for what I have now. And I can also just be myself. And sometimes I start talking about things and I worry they're going to be taken the wrong way, but at the same time, I know I'm not perfect, and I hope by now you guys that come here a lot know that deep down I'm a good person. I know I'm a good person, and I'm not going to boast about it, but I know that I can speak freely about things because I try to avoid being judgmental or critical of others. I try and accept people for who they are, within limits, of course. You know, people that are racist and discriminatory and sexist can get fucked. I don't have any fucking bandwidth for that. But people's religious beliefs and everything else, people's religious beliefs, ideologies, political alignments, or whatever, I'm happy to listen to other people's side of the story and learn about other people's side of things. Because I think that's important. I think, you know, when you try and bias the community to just being people like you, I don't know, it's just... It feels, I don't know if conceited is the right word, but it feels kind of a bit... You need a bunch of people that are just going to agree with you all the time to make yourself feel better. I don't mind when you guys challenge me on stuff. In fact, I kind of appreciate it sometimes. Sometimes. Don't start arguing with me all the fucking time on purpose. But yeah, like the fact that I can just be myself, and I feel like you guys can be yourselves, and we're not pretending, we're not putting on a facade or a show, or we're not pretending to be something so we can be a community. I feel like we are just being ourselves, and I like that. That's very comforting for me, is that even though my community is quite small, it's full of people that are just as much themselves as I am. And we all get along on the premise that we know each other, and even though we might not agree on everything, we still respect each other, and I really appreciate that. But we do have an ad break, I apologise. When we come back, I promise I will play the video game a bit more. But yeah, it's a talky game. And do you know what it is, chat? Playing Disco Elysium, I felt the creative urge fire up in me when I played it the first time, and I'm feeling it again, but it's more about talking about things. But yeah, I am starting to feel that creative urge, that urge to be creative, that drive to make something creative happen that this game makes me feel. And it's got nothing to do with the story or how it's delivered. It's just such a wonderful creation that it makes me inspired to create. And I think that's one of the qualities that I hold it, most dearly for. But yes, the ad break is playing at the moment. I'm going to quickly go grab a drink because my throat's drying up. Yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Need more replay, but yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, it's not that bad, but wasn't there just a guy? I swear there was a guy there looking like suddenly his mate got shot. Am I going blind? Let me just... I think that'll do it. I can't run. I can, okay. The view from up here is pretty cool. And to be honest, it's pretty mad that there's collision boxes for... Oh. I was literally just about to say, it's pretty mad that there's collision boxes for a bunch of this stuff, because you're never supposed to be up there, but... Yeah. You can go to advanced video stats, and apparently I have a 3.18 second latency to myself. Oh, the hitbox! The hitbox on that! The hitbox on that! Come on, bro. Clean rotten night. This game, man. This game is funny in places. Excuse me. Excuse me. Fuck. Fucking cunt. don't even fat roll that bad. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. From the time I've watched, you've always been a good person. It's been 4 years. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, like I try to be. I'm not, like I said, I'm not perfect. I definitely have my foibles. You know, I have moments where I'm fucking a bit rude and just like I'm just fed up. But you know, not to make excuses, but I have been significantly unwell for 3 years. So you know, the fact that I'm losing my temper a bit more often now, I think there's a reason for it. It doesn't justify it, but I'm not doing it out of some malicious desire to upset other people. This is it. Like I've always tried to act with some level of integrity, and I try to not upset other people. But like I say, if you don't have haters, you ain't living your life. You know, you've got to be able to have a personality and stand by it. Because without that, you're not really a person. You're not really living. You're just, you know, you're just trying to make everybody else happy. But if you're a friend to everyone, you're an enemy to yourself. You know, you've got to have some kind of backbone around the choices you've made. And you need to be magnanimous about when you're wrong. This is the thing. Like, I'm happy to admit, I think maybe you guys have seen it. Like when you guys have explained something to me and I thought, oh, I thought this, but you guys have explained to me, I've checked and yeah, I was wrong. You guys have seen me admit when I'm wrong. I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong because I can't be right all the time. No matter how much reading I do, I can't be right all the time.
I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
Tell me. We're all rude sometimes. Yeah, the thing is, I don't mean to be rude, but also sometimes I feel like if you're not like a bit verbally aggressive, people just don't register. And like I've said before, I hate the way that the world is like that. But sometimes saying, pardon me, can I just squeeze past? Because you've been polite, they immediately think you're soft. Whereas if you're like, excuse me, just excuse me, they're like, oh, okay, I'm in the way. And they move. If you're like, pardon me, can I just squeeze by? Is that okay? They're like, why don't you go around? And it's like, no.
She's
and like,
being evasive. She knows something.
At the same time, like after so many times of something happening, I do just wear my patience just wears thin. And so, for instance, like I explained, I'll be in London all day, you know, Tube, Clapham Junction, moving from platform to platform. It's busy. Everyone's going when they need to go. Everyone's got a purpose. And then as soon as I get home to my sleepy little seaside village, I walk through the train gates and there's someone just standing in the way. And like, if I've had a difficult day, I'm just going to walk into them as I walk past. I'm going to try and slide past, but I'm going to bump into, I can't help it. But yeah, like I don't want to do it, but at the same time, just don't stand in the way, you know? And if you're standing in the fucking doorway of a shop having a conversation, I am going to walk right between the two of you because you're in the fucking way. You know, there's a certain limit to how much I'm willing to sort of just look the other way. I want to look the other way and ignore things and not get offended or not get upset all the time, because that would be a wonderful life. If I never got upset or annoyed at other people, it'd be wonderful. It'd be a utopian life, be euphoric, right? But that's not the real world. The real world is people not rethinking, being a bit oblivious, getting in each other's way, and it's just how the world is. But it's just it's one of those things that just wears you down. Like I have to walk through a town centre. It's not a big town. It's kind of a big village rather than a town. But I have to fucking walk through a shopping centre to get to the supermarket that's in the shopping centre to buy some food, but just nobody looks where they're going, and it's just I have no patience for it anymore. I'm 40 years old. I'm just done hopscotching my way out of everyone else's fucking path because nobody looks where they're fucking going. And if people don't walk into people who aren't looking where they're going, they won't ever start looking where they're going. This is the thing. It's like toddlers, right? People always jump out of the way of toddlers, but that's why toddlers walk into door frames and stuff. It's because they don't learn to look where they're going, you know? Everyone jumps out of the way as soon as they start walking towards them, and the kid just doesn't ever think about anything around them, and that's why they run around without thinking and run into tables and run into people and stuff, because they're so used to everyone jumping out of the way. It's just, you know, and some of these people could become adults and they just never learn to look where they're going. And social media and living in the internet has made it so much worse because people don't have to go out in public as much anymore. So when they do, they're completely unprepared for it. And they just don't understand that other people are walking to and from, you know, and like, you can't just drift from like one side of the shopping center, like the walkway. You can't drift at like 25, 35 degrees, not looking where you're going and not bump into somebody. It's just going to happen. And yeah, I just don't understand it. It's just nobody looks where they're fucking going. And people just stop dead and just turn and start moving backwards without even looking where they're going. And they walk into you and they're like, oh, what are you fucking doing? What do you mean, what the fuck am I doing? I'm trying to walk from one end of the shopping centre to the other. You're the one that's walking and then suddenly stepping backwards out of nowhere without telling anybody. Like, I'm not the one that's fucking doing anything wrong here. I bet your car insurance is expensive. How did you know? Well, because you don't think about other people, so you've probably crashed your car a few times, you know. Anyway, just yell fuck off. Nilo, welcome in. What you give us is the gift of connection, fellowship, and a belonging, a gift that got me through both the world's darkest times and my own. That's very kind of you to say to them. I'm glad I could help. People can be genuinely vulnerable and still feeling safe, understood, and accepted. That's what I'm aiming for, is people who can be themselves, you know. That's the important thing. I had a guy yelling at me for biking on the bike lane. He was like walking his dog on the curb. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? This is for bikes. Or am I supposed to cycle on the curb? I'm not near you. It's my fault. You're a fucking crackhead. The dog is right. Kids run like that. You're supposed to trip them over. A pedagogical door frame. Sony's got a lawsuit. Players are suing Sony. Are they being sued? Fucking hell. Oh. People like the most is the people on speakerphone having a private convo. I'm always like, how interesting. Yeah, well, do you know what baffles me, right? Is people turn on the hands-free on their phone and then talk into it like this. They're talking into it like this with the speaker going and they're speaking into the microphone. They've got the phone tipped up. And I'm like, you do understand the reason it's called hands-free is because your hands are supposed to be free, right? And you do realize that if you're going to talk into the microphone and listen, you may as well, bear with me on this, you may as well just do that and have a conversation like a normal person. What is this? What is walking around with the fucking headset in, talking into this microphone with the headset in when the microphone is on the fucking headphone cable? Are you fucking dense? Is this your first day on Earth? It's like they're walking around talking with a headset in. And it's like, you don't need to do any of this. All of this is pointless. Just put the fucking phone to your ear. That's what it's for. I just don't get it. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. There we go. There's a clip. This. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you are doing the most right now and like completely failing at understanding the concept of a telephone. You're supposed to just put it to your face and talk into it. But yeah, talking into the fucking bottom of the phone with a headphone in, it's just like, oh my God, what the hell are you doing? It's ridiculous. Cashier at the grocery store, annoying as hell. Who the fuck speak to people in public who can do laying on the counter? And yeah, well, this is it. It's, you know, I don't want to hear your conversation. You know, fucking get that shit annoys me so much. Understand George Carlin more and more every day that goes by. Yeah. Anyway.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
God damn it, I know you know something. This shit is important. I see you know something, but you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Huh? I like to see him try. If anything, I am gonna muscle him out with construction noise.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. She doesn't seem surprised by this sudden twist.
Get out of here, trying to ruin my day. and that youth center better be a good one, or you'll have trouble from me. I wield an army of drunks. Do not underestimate the effect of such a force if it's pointed to the right direction.
Even Lisa asked me, why is she doing that? And he just say, that's what happens when your dad and mum use your head as a football when you're a baby and smoke around you so you don't smoke. You're going to become brain dead. Imagine epic collabs with Mass Effect's a Miranda skin. Would be wild. In Fortnite. Well, yeah, I mean, at this stage, yeah, I feel like, you know, Epic is probably just going to start applying for a license for every character, I suppose. But yeah, look around, get into her shack somehow. But yeah, I mean, I've not really seen... I mean, obviously, Marvel Rivals is now sort of arrived. Marvel Rivals has kind of established itself. And actually, you know, as far as like hero shooters and hero asymmetrical sort of PvP games go, Rivals has actually stuck the landing. Like, it has genuinely become a game that people play. And it doesn't seem to have completely evaporated immediately like a lot of them do. But yeah, obviously they've got such a library of characters to draw from. They can keep doing that for years. But I imagine at some point they'll start, you know, licensing characters as well. And I wonder who will be the first non-Marvel character to make it into the Rivals universe. Because Super Smash Bros. Followed a similar path, right? That was obviously an absurdly popular competitive game. And Nintendo have slowly licensed a bunch of characters to be in that one.
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash. But if you look closer...
That over there must be the boy Klaas you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
There's something in there, splashing around. It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop and decay. A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well done. We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
Yeah. Wisdom of the day. Have you ever noticed that anybody driving slow in the is an idiot and anything going faster is a maniac? Yeah. This George Carlin, he said I was driving with somebody and this guy went straight through a red light and I was like, hey man, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, don't worry, my brother drives like this. And then we got a bit further down, he went through another red light. I was like, dude, what are you doing? You're going to get us killed. He's like, don't worry about it. My brother drives like this. We got to a green light and he stopped. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, my brother might be coming the other way. It's fucking classic, man. It would be cool to be able to just fucking, you know, just do like a exclamation point Carlin and get a random Carlin quote. I could potentially build that. I would need to try and get all of the audio clips. We could get redeemed for once per stream to do like a random Carlin quote or something, or a Carlin bit. Because yeah, he had this wonderful way of looking at the world, and even though he grew up in a very capitalist society, he was very anti-capitalist, and also he saw all of the scams, and he's just, like any good comedian, he saw the world for what it was. He wasn't blinded or biased, and that allowed him to make fun of things, because usually people's biases prevent them from seeing the truth, and that's what makes them exploitable. But George Carlin was clearly one of those people that just had a vision of the world, that could just see through all of the shit, and was good at writing jokes about it. We could make this happen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure StreamerBot has a random, play a random clip from a file. I'm pretty sure it's possible, yeah. I'll whack a clip there. Future breadcrumbs, Never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups. Yeah, it's like, I like people, but when you get together, you're the worst. It's true. It's very true. Super nervous guy, turned out, from the people that knew him. He used to be fucking zooted out of his brains. Some of his earlier shows when he was younger, somebody threw eye drops up on the stage, and he was like, "Oh, are they that bad?" Because he was baked as fuck. But yeah, he was kind of in the same way that Jimmy Carr can be quite philosophical. They have a view of the world, they have a way of looking at things, and they see through all of the sentimentality and all the sort of mental gymnastics and allowances people make for things. He would just see things as they are, and when something was kind of a bit absurd, he would point that out. Coding Brains out today, so a bit of a lurker today. By all means, Nilo, please just rest it. I know you've obviously got a lot of projects going on. You've been talking to, a few months back, end of last year, a few months back, you were talking to some pretty important people about work, did some work, and doing some work on a game, which you're not allowed to talk about, of course, but I know you're probably quite pushed with that. But I hope it's going well, dude.
In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation. We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks later, if you have the time, though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
I have no idea. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. This is only a small loose end, but I do wish we knew who took the documents. Could be. We should keep an eye out. Nothing more for us to do here. Let's go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks later, if you have the time, though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Sony sued 450 million over physical games. Also, PlayStation banned from chat for disc talk. So you mean you mentioned that people were suing them earlier, but they haven't actually been sued. It hasn't been closed already. But yeah, I mean, I'm half expecting them to say, fine, we'll continue doing physical media, but it's going to be expensive. Games are going to have to be £100 each because they're going to be 4 discs, not 1 disc. So, deal with it. And then everyone will complain about that. But and this is it, is that I see a lot of people making a lot of noise about how physical is, we have to fight to keep physical and everything. And I appreciate that on the surface, it would seem that keeping physical means you're going to keep access to your games. But the sad fact is, physical games, the version that ships, like version 1, the disc version, that will have DRM and online authentication built into the game, and they can take it away whenever they want. They can just stop validating the game's request to start, and the game won't start. So that's, physical is not going to safeguard you in that way. And I think it's, we need to make people aware of that, because if they say, let's just keep doing discs, but they're just going to tell every developer you have to put some sort of DRM in there that Sony has control over, or the publisher has control over, which they already do, and they can just turn the game off at any point. That's not going to help people. What will help people is consumer rights. And I know I've said this before, but we need to be much more switched on and making a lot more noise about how consumer rights justify and validate and confirm and safeguard the ownership or license to media. If you buy a DVD, if you buy an album, if you buy a game, you have access to that media, forever. Unless you know, some sort of previous agreement was made that you only get access to it for a certain amount of time. Because, you know, there are some, you know, medias where, you know, you buy a ticket to something that happens for a few months and then you don't have access to that art gallery or that, you know, show because it's not being shown anymore. You know, you can go as many times as you want. You've got access to it because you've paid for a license to see it. But, you know, you can't, once it's not on show anymore, it's not on show anymore, you know. But obviously physical media is different because you can just whack it in your DVD player and play. But yeah, I feel as if the consumer rights angle is what we should be pushing because, you know, games can't, I mean, even if it wasn't now, I know that the technology is just not fit for purpose and it will continue to become less and less tenable as time goes by. So yeah, it's going away anyway, but we haven't got an alternative and we haven't got the safeguards in place to prevent whatever comes afterwards being worse. That's, you know, I appreciate people understand physical and they like physical and they get how it works and how they have a degree of ownership or a license of ownership to experience the media on the physical media. But yeah, that could go away just as easily. They aren't sued for that, Togo. They're sued over for the 30% rate charges on every game sold in the PlayStation Store, but Valve and everyone else is doing the same. Yeah, this is it. Is, you know, when people point the finger at one big corporation for doing something that all big corporations do, it's like, you know, when people are like, oh, fucking Sony, they're terrible. This is why I buy Xbox. And it's like, Microsoft is bending you over even worse, dude, you know? Britain tried to sue Valve. Yeah, Britain trying to sue Valve. Fucking hell. Shut up, Britain. Stop wasting my tax dollars suing a company that you won't be able to sue them. You won't win.
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
Less interested in mammalian concerns.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case.
To share something, it's not a link or dirty, don't worry.
Very little.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
you know,
sorry to say.
obviously I reserve the
No
right
one's
to
ever
delete
kept
anything
it
I disagree with, so...
So all our information is based on first and third-hand
I am
accounts.
foul. Oh, come in. CD Projekt Red is just projected these days. Interesting. It's just Project Red. Yes, they're taking away physical. They're not really CD anymore. But does CD Projekt Red stand for Compact Disc Project Red? Or does it stand for something? That's an interesting question. Thank you for raising that. That's an interesting question. What does CDPR stand for? Gaming. CD Projekt, major publisher. The CD originally comes from the founders' early roots trading video games. Oh, so they did. Oh, yeah, no, I remember. Because in Cyberpunk, there is a small little stall that trades CDs. So it is actually CDs, yeah. Because, yeah, there's a tiny little store. I think it's on Jig. I don't think it's Jig Street. It's somewhere else. I think it's in the DLC. It's in the little marketplace. There's a tiny little stall with two guys, and they're trading physical media like CDs and stuff. And it's called, like, I think it might be called CD Heaven or something. But yeah, the CD Projekt Red is CD is actually because they used to sort of, you know, sell games and stuff. Feel bad for you guys. What happened to Anne? I'm not going to go any further with that. Anne Widdecombe, yeah, it's fucking brutal. It is fucking brutal. Lawyers representing children's welfare that sued Valve in the UK. Yeah. Translated games to Polish. Yeah, CD's nuts, but that's just childish. Lewinsky and Kinsinski, they're called, founders. First game was making Baldur's Gate in Polish. Yeah. So they did Polish ports of games, and eventually they started making their own games. But yeah, the CD in CD Projekt Red is actually compact disc because that was the medium they worked with, which is pretty interesting. All I'm saying. Yeah, obviously, it's tragic that somebody died, but obviously there are people out there that disagree with them vehemently about their policies and stuff, so they're obviously... And I don't agree with it, really. I think that, I think making fun of somebody's death or, being insulting about somebody's death, I think at that point you've crossed the line. Like you can disagree with somebody politically, you can disagree with somebody's ideology, somebody's preferences, subjectivities or whatever. You can disagree with them, but once they're dead, they can't fight, they can't argue their side anymore. So you should just leave it at that point. You should just have the decency and the tact to just leave it be, Because, insulting dead people, I don't know. I think it kind of says something about you, really. But, that's where God comes from. Many people celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, too, laughed at his kids. Yeah, and, like I say, the guy was, clearly not the nicest person towards certain demographics. But being executed for it, I don't know. It's, and it's the sort of thing that happens, They routinely... And the thing is, that what kind of gives it the potency or the malice is that, from what I read, Charlie Kirk was very pro-gun. He was very much about people having guns and using guns and, the good old American kind of dream of owning a gun and owning a farm and everything else. He was quite a traditionalist, if that's the right word for it. So he was very, he was very pro-gun. And obviously, being pro-gun and then being assassinated by somebody who shot him from a distance with a weapon that they shouldn't have even really had. There's irony there, and it's unfortunately, it casts this ironic kind of question mark or aha moment over his death. Was that, he was pro-gun and he ended up getting shot, and it's kind of like, that does kind of make you think a little bit. But again, like I said, I don't want people to die because killing. I mean, the thing is, right? Not to stretch, not to reach, not to try and say something for clout. But if you go around celebrating the deaths of people that don't have the same ideology as you, that's kind of fucking... I don't know if it would fit under fascism, but the Nazis killed a lot of people that didn't hold the same views as them. They killed people because they didn't believe in the same thing. So if you celebrate the death of somebody who believes something different to what you believe, like I say, it's a bit of a stretch. I don't want to make that statement. But yeah, you're kind of showing that you're actually just as fucking evil as some of the people that you vilify. If you can celebrate somebody's death, if you can laugh and joke about somebody's death, that shows that you have a side to you which is quite dark. And the darkness inside somebody is one of the things that enables their capacity for evil. So yeah, I think that being up on your high horse about being liberal and wanting to, understand and care for everybody, but then joking about somebody's death, it's like, you're clearly not as nice as you think you are, because that's kind of... But they were a terrible person. But they're fucking dead. Like, they are dead, Like, somebody shot them. I don't agree with the guy. I think the guy was a bit of a fucking misogynistic and kind of racist prick, But they're entitled to their opinion. As much as I disagree with it, they're entitled to their opinion, And they did stir the pot, and arguably you could say they got what they deserved. But I don't think anyone deserves to die, I don't think anybody deserves to get shot in the fucking neck, in public like that. And then for the video to start doing the rounds on social media before it got banned. It's like, fuck, man. That's, at that point, we're descending into... Because the thing is, you can disagree with somebody's politics or ideology, right? And you can discuss it with them. Now, from what I've seen, they are one of those insufferable people to discuss with. They are manipulating every single fucking piece of the discussion to try and make it see... They are very socially manipulative or verbally manipulative in their discussions. But politicians and people that are politically, charged are like that. I don't agree with it. I think you should be able to speak to somebody and both people respect each other and they're offering their viewpoints and you attack the viewpoint, not the person, but whatever. But yeah, I think if you antagonize people enough, somebody's going to attack you. And if you antagonize people enough in a country where you think everybody should have the right to have a gun, being shot is a very sad irony. But like I say, his children don't know any better. His wife, maybe she doesn't really know that much better. But yeah, that's still a couple of kids that are going to grow up without a dad. And obviously they're going to grow up and hate the political ideology of the person that fucking shot their dad. Obviously, And this is the thing, like I said before, violence doesn't solve things. It just, as soon as you're violent to somebody, they're violent to somebody else, they hurt somebody else, who hurts somebody else, and it becomes generational, you know? And every time you kill somebody, their loved ones instantly become like haters of the reason why you think it was okay to kill somebody. So you shouldn't kill people, you know? That's not solving anything. That's just fucking eradicating the viewpoints that you don't align yourself with. And that's what the Nazis were doing. So, you know, I'm not saying it's as bad as Nazism, but it's within the same mental framework. Like, if you think somebody should be killed because of their political beliefs or their ideology, I don't think you're a good person. I think that's kind of exposing that a lot of this kind of like everyone should be, you know, accepted as who they are, and everyone should be comfortable and happy, and there should be a safe space for everybody. All of that now just looks like posturing. It looks like just fucking performative fucking virtue signaling. Because if you're capable of mocking somebody for being killed, that exposes to me something about you as a person that, yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty big red flag for me, you know, because as much as I dislike somebody, if they get killed in cold blood, if they get fucking executed by being shot in the neck or the face in public, that's not a nice way to go, you know, because fuck me, man. Imagine his children seeing the video. Imagine his wife seeing the video. It's kind of fucked. It's fucked, you know, and like I say, regardless of how, like, disgusting somebody's ideology is, you've got to talk them round from it. You've got to be able to argue back and come up with points they can't argue with. You've got to prove them wrong. And you can't do that by just killing them, because if you kill them, it makes it seem as if there isn't an argument against their worldview or their ideology or their political alignment. When you kill people, it makes it seem like it's because they're right and you don't want them to be right, so you're going to get rid of them. That's where it falls down for me, is that, yeah. Being respectful, yeah, exactly. Kid saw his brain getting blown out with, yeah. I mean, game's history itself is perfect mirror of corporate side of tech and media being board. Like, yeah, exactly. This is it. It's, you know, that's why I keep bringing it up. Kids seeing it and all, even talking about gun when they're getting shot. It's like, yeah, somebody was questioning about, yeah, when they lack empathy, it's fair. So it's just a prick move to a certain prick move, not a certain ideology. They're dead, and his kids can see all the comments. Tell that to people who got him or JFK done. Realist disco stream. JFK is a CIA for sure, and a lot more in my opinion. Sorry if there's something. No, it's fine. It's fine. Kids even saw it happen. Daughter ran towards him when she heard the shot because she was scared. See, this is, yeah, it's fucked, man. You control media and opinion, and then kills. That works. Thought I mentioned Miss Anne more than I started. Yeah, well, yeah. Like I say, this is it. It's, you know, this is it. Is that if somebody has a political ideology or a mindset that you disagree with, you should be willing to do the homework to be able to debunk or disprove their theory. And what that often means is exposing the biases that hold up that ideology. Because a lot of the time, if there's a particularly unfavorable ideology that somebody has adopted, sometimes it's because they want to be devil's advocate, they want to be contrarian, they want to be a professional umbrage taker, they want to argue with people, so they just side with something that lots of people dislike, and then they just enjoy the validation of antagonizing people by arguing with them about something that seems fairly open and shut. And that's what a lot of these people do, because it gets headlines, it gets people agitated and everything else. But yeah, you do run the risk of upsetting people to the point where they will do something. And in the UK, that would be getting punched in the face, which is, you know, not pleasant, but, you know, nobody dies from it. But in America, it's a different situation. I think if you antagonize lots of people, but it clearly proves that, like, for all the security they talk about, for all the things they talk about, that, you know, gun control and protecting people, it's, you know, somebody can just fucking shoot somebody from a distance. It's happened a couple of times now, you know. And people say, oh, you know, Trump should have been shot. And I'm like, I don't think somebody could have missed that shot. I think somebody missed that shot on purpose. I think it was a fucking setup, because they caught the guy immediately. Trump didn't get fucking massively injured. His ear grew back incredibly quickly, even at his advanced age. It all seems a bit fishy to me. I think he wanted something heroic that he could sell to people. But yeah, you know, I think from that distance, you know, somebody deliberately missed. And, you know, Trump has then gone on to make a bunch of changes that have made America a lot worse and the world a lot worse for other people. So, you know, had they been assassinated, would the world be a better place? But then you ask yourself, you know, could we have not voted them out by now if we just fucking educated each other on how bad he is? You know, it's just, people don't need to die. You know, you need to disassemble their ideology, and you need to do that by doing the work, doing the reading, and, you know, educating people in your circles as to what those people are. Fucking snake oil salesman, basically. Racism was disproved. Now the world is an anti-immigrant state. Debate doesn't matter anymore. Well, arguably debate does matter. It's just obviously that people don't want to debate things. People want to find an ideology and just align with it because it's easier. But yeah, like I say, I think that for the left to be like dancing on someone's grave, not literally, but, you know, that's what they're doing. They're dancing on someone's grave. It shows they're not quite as liberal and as open-minded as they'd like to be perceived as. Don't get me wrong, I align with the left. I'm liberal and open-minded. I'm much more accepting. I don't discriminate against people. I'm not, you know, against immigration. I'm very left-leaning. But yeah, I wouldn't dance on someone's grave. I think that's deplorable, you know. Somebody's dead, just show them some fucking respect, you know. They're not alive anymore, you know. Regardless of what they were when they were alive, they're not alive anymore, you know. If somebody can't defend themselves, you shouldn't, you know. It's like people insulting people for being crippled, you know. They can't fight back, you know. They can't argue back. They can't, you know. You're attacking somebody who's like helpless, you know. It's pathetic. You shouldn't do it. Dancing on someone's grave, it's, yeah. That to me, it reveals that rather than arguing for the left because of its liberal, open-minded agenda and the acceptance of people and this socially equilibrious utopia where everybody can be who they want to be, nobody judges anyone else, rather than trying to establish that, this is more about arguing for some people, and this is more about having somebody else to criticize and to judge and to be angry and aggressive to. And you're using, you know, left-leaning ideology as a platform, as a shield to hide behind. You know, you're saying these horrible things through the guise of attacking somebody else's politics. But realistically, you get a kick out of fucking arguing with people. You get a kick out of attacking other people. And it's Metal Gear Solid covered this as well. You know, like Liquid Snake says, like, you know, how many of my brothers have you killed? You can't act all high and mighty. You're not a hero. How many of my brothers have you killed, you know? You like the killing. You enjoy the killing. You know, you wouldn't do it otherwise. And he makes a very good point about playing the hero character. There's that kind of inconsistency, that illogical fallacy. That logical fallacy of how you can't play as a hero character who's supposed to be good whilst also murdering dozens of people because that's entertaining to you. You know, it's a contradiction, right? You are going around shooting people, blood splurting out of them all over the fucking walls. You're blowing them up with grenades. You're planting C4. You're taking some kind of creative pleasure in the way you end somebody else's life in a video game. Yet you're supposed to be this morally justified character who's doing it for the right reasons, and it justifies the killing. And that's the kind of social engineering and the mental gymnastics and the hoop jumping that justifies violence. And I don't believe in violence. I think violence is probably one of the most detrimental things human beings have ever developed, is the way that we think that you can use force and violence to solve a problem. You can't. You can use violence to suppress something, but it's not going to die, because ideas and ideologies don't die. They just move over to a new group of people, because once an idea has been formed and people agree with it, you can't kill it. So that's why the Nazis spent so much time trying to eradicate entire, you know, demographics of the world, entire religions, entire races. They tried to erase them. They burned all the books, and there was all sorts of scientific study about trans people that wanted to identify as the opposite gender or the opposite sex, whatever you want to refer to it. But they burned all the books. All that scientific research was destroyed, you know, which is why we don't have any real research on it, which is why now trans people have to fight so hard for their rights, because all of the science that they would normally have to back up, because they've existed for so long, but all the science was destroyed. So therefore they don't have the literature to back it up and say, no, this has been going on for a long time. This is not a trend. This is a real thing. People want to identify as the other gender because of their hormone levels or how they feel as a person. They don't feel that they were born into the right body. It's not their body. They want to transition into the other side because they feel more comfortable presenting as that. That's who they want to be. And I don't have a problem with understanding that logic. That's perfectly fine. If somebody wants to behave or do something else with their body, that's fine. It's their body, you know? But yeah, normally people that have these kind of beliefs would have some record of it existing for a long time that would bolster their argument and the validity. They shouldn't have to argue, but they have to fight for their right to exist as a demographic of people. But because they are a minority and they're easy to attack, the media has attacked them because it's a very good distraction tactic, right? Like, let's get everyone talking about trans people so they won't notice that the government is signing contracts that are allowing bombs to be sold to people so they can drop them on fucking children in schools in Palestine. You know, like, trans people make up a very, very small population, part of the population. They are not this socio-economic threat to the harmony of society. They're just people that want to identify a certain way. And frankly, I think it's up to them. You know, they can identify their sexual preference or their gender identity. They can present how they want to present. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. You know, they can be who they want to be, you know. But yeah, if we get everybody riled up talking about it in the papers with a bunch of fucking propaganda about how immigrants or trans people or people of colour are the problems in society, that distracts people from what the government's actually doing, which is selling off everything to fucking private ownership so it can fucking rinse us and bend us over for services that we used to own as a country, and land and assets and other forms of manufacturing that we used to have ourselves that were cheap and easy because we had them here. But the government's selling them all off. But if they keep everybody busy arguing over things that don't really matter, and not that trans people don't matter, of course they do, but the fact that people are arguing against them when it doesn't matter, they do exist and they deserve to exist. So there's no point arguing over it. They deserve to exist. End of story. Yeah, it gets everybody fired up and talking about something else, which is, you know, bullshit. Because although we should be talking about trans rights, of course, but we should also be talking about what the government's doing in the background, whilst they're distracting everybody with something else. Nobody's pointing the finger at the government and saying, what the fuck are you doing about child poverty, you know, or women being assaulted, knife crime, or, you know, and this is one of the things that pisses me off about Starmer having to stand down, is the guy was actually improving some stuff. Obviously, it takes a long time to turn a ship around. The Conservative government steered us in one direction for a long time. Changing course with a fucking boat the size of England, yeah, it takes time. But yeah, knife crime was down, you know, renters' rights agreements, minimum wage was up. You know, he made a bunch of really significantly important changes. Maybe they were only small in nature, but it was still starting to look up. Things were starting to improve slowly, and hopefully that was going to build momentum. But everybody wants results yesterday. Everybody wants results immediately, even though they don't realise it can't be done. It doesn't work that way. So now we're going to have another prime minister right now, and fuck knows what they're going to do, but I hope they don't fuck everything up. Because, yeah, if they do, I don't even want to think. But, yeah. Let's agreed on the 1,000 and stop the one at present. Just a threat. So I'm trying to pass it. Sorry, I'm going to make sure I haven't missed any chat. Switchland has a shit ton of guns, but no one gets shot. Tried again last night. Tried to do Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy got shot. Shot last night. Iran tried to kill him, but it was just a threat. I don't seem like it past it. I reckon I'm trying the same. The liberal and the right ignoring the genocide is moralistically better than making fun of someone who said it was fine for people get shot, getting shot. Yeah, yeah. If you play Metal Gear Solid and agree with Liquid is wrong in itself. Yeah, like, I don't agree with Liquid, but they call out an important point. And Kojima games do that. They make you realise the fallacies of the logic of video games. And that's why in Metal Gear Solid 2, they took away the hero character. They're like, no, you're not going to play as the hero character again. You're going to play as somebody else, and that somebody else is not going to be the hero. They're going to be annoying, and they're going to be whiny. They're not going to demonstrate masculinity or anything. They're going to be very effeminate. They're going to be very kind of like, you know, they're going to lack confidence. They're going to be argumentative. They're not going to be stoic and like, you know, direct. He created a main character that's the complete antithesis of a hero compared to Solid Snake, of course. And yeah, it was such a sort of a strong pivot for a game to go from Metal Gear Solid 1, everyone loves Snake as a character, take him away, do something else. And it was fucking really, it was, lots of people struggled with it. I remember thinking it's really weird, but yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3, Konami was like, listen, just do what people want. Come on, just do what people want. And Kojima was like, okay, cool, I'll just make a really fan servicey game. And it was like one of the best games ever. But then Metal Gear Solid 4 did something more creative and interesting, was a bit more sort of the old character. Yeah, the main character's dying, so, you know, you're going to have to move on from it. But yeah. Not only one at the present, and it's not only Nazis doing, many countries have done it. Turkey tried to kill the Armenians, Soviets, and all their stuff. Mao, his stuff. It's not only that. Yeah, exactly. It's fascism. It's not just Nazism. Let's figure out the rest before we stop any. Without Mao or Lenin, more would have died. Don't tell me capitalists care about lives of the poor. Yeah, I mean, people die under capitalism as well, just not in wars. They die from starvation and stuff. So, yeah, not to care about people in Sudan and my own, for instance, and nobody, especially in the USA, didn't care when Putin almost killed everybody in Chechnya, which also Europe and then the UK, and everyone should care about. Yeah, I mean, genocide is genocide, of course. But yeah, when one genocide is more publicized than the other, that's kind of like, no, everybody should know about all the genocides that are going on because we need to stop them from happening, right? If you only preach about them and you only sort of publicize them when it's to your advantage, it's just, yeah. If you focus on your neighbors and people in your community, you won't pay attention to what the government's doing. Exactly, yeah. 40 to 80 million dead under Mao, and then in 5 million-ish they were. Any number under imperialism, capitalism, any number. Well, the trouble is with capitalism, the deaths you can't put a number on it because they keep going up, right? Capitalism is why healthcare in America is a private industry that makes money. So how many people die because they don't have access to basic healthcare? Because that's capitalism killing people, you know? And how many people starve because food's too expensive because of capitalism? That's people dying under capitalism. Not to direct this at you, but yeah, you can't put a death toll on capitalism because it's ongoing. It's still going, you know? We had communist agendas and, you know, fascist agendas in the past, but they've all been eradicated. So the deaths related to them have stopped, but capitalism still going. So yeah. How about any murder is bad? Yeah. Real check, man. And it was imperialism. Only England and Portugal and the Middle East had slaves longer and more. Nigerians selling Nigerians, it's quite a bad thing. Lenin finished off imperialism. Bad, right? 3.5 million died under Lenin, and people who are not allowed to live. Because capitalism is bad doesn't mean others ain't good. Yeah, well, this is it. The thing is, they're all forms of human greed. This is the thing. Once you start putting a label on it, they're just different manifestations of greed, right? Greed for power, greed for control, greed for money. You know, it all stems from greed, and that's what human beings have always struggled with, is taking more than they deserve. Yeah, but again, let's not dissolve into an argument. But we can talk about that sort of stuff. But we are playing Disco Elysium, so we are going to talk about politics every now and again. But yeah, whether it's communism or fascism or capitalism, this imbalance, there's always a group of people who are significantly better off in the end, and a vast majority that end off a lot worse in some way, shape or form. Capitalism is through money. You know, Nazism and fascism in general was from, you know, ethnicity and, you know, genetic qualities, I suppose you could say.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence.
Authority, in terms of authority, take your pick. Many murders from any area is bad in my book. Yeah, and like I say, this is it. Is you can't just kill your enemy because you think you're more right than they are. Even if I would agree with you, I think killing your enemy is wrong. You know, even if your enemy was my enemy, you killing them, I think is wrong. I don't think that's the solution. I think, you know, talking to people and making them understand that, you know, their ideology is based on, you know, the wrong things, and it's full of biases that prop it up, and that actually it's disconnected from reality. And the thing is, like, propaganda these days is much more advanced, because before, my parents' generation and the generation, all you had to do was control the newspapers. If the newspapers sold people an agenda, everybody agreed, because it was the only source of information. The government and the media would say, these people are savages, this is what they're doing, we need to fucking take care of it, they're a threat to our liberty. And yeah, but now, because of the internet, we can go to their social media, we can see their side of things. And we're beginning to understand that, yeah, like, a lot of the propaganda that newspapers used to sell wasn't true. And that actually, like, a lot of us are all underneath some regime. You know, we're all kind of under somebody's boot. You know, the working class is generating a lot of wealth for governments and the wealthy elite. And it doesn't matter whether they're communist, fascist, capitalist, it doesn't matter. The fact is, there's a demographic of people, there's a selection of people who are very wealthy and powerful, and then a lot of people working for them. And that dynamic isn't socially equilibrious. It doesn't create an environment where people feel like they're sort of, you know, being treated fairly. Everybody is fighting with everybody because there isn't enough. But there's a small group of people that have more than enough. They have way more than they're ever going to need. But they won't redistribute it. They don't. They're only interested in having more than anyone else because of their greed. Like I say, it always stems from greed. You know,
Phasmid is driven by something.
The need to be in control. The need to have power over others. The power to have more money than others. You know, it all stems from greed. So that's the thing that I think we should be attacking the most. Is no matter how virtuous human beings like to purport themselves to be, or to try and imply that they are, people are greedy. You know, they take more than they should, and they take more than they need. This is the thing, is, you know, when somebody is gluttonous, you know, it's one thing, but when somebody is clearly mentally not quite right, where they have enough, but they want somebody else to not have anything. They want to have. It's not just about having more, because if they had 6-7% more than somebody else and that was enough to placate them, it wouldn't be as bad. There are genuinely people that want other people to have nothing. They think that other people are competition. They think that they need to take everything from other people so other people die off and they survive. And that's the kind of that's the oppression sort of angle of it, is that they want to eradicate people. They think that even though money isn't really a finite resource, we kind of invented the concept of money. They want to have as much of it as possible, because if they have it, nobody else can. And it's like they're that hell-bent on making sure other people don't succeed, because if other people succeed, they won't feel as superior. And it stems from like a really deeply seated insecurity that drives the greed that makes people do these horrible things, that, you know, they sign agreements where they know that it's going to negatively affect millions of people, but it's going to earn them an extra 2 or 3% profit a year. And it's like, do you not have enough? Like, do you really need to fuck people over even more? But they're not right in the head. They have a mental condition where they have to be trampling on other people. They have to be crushing other people underneath them to feel valid. And it clearly doesn't work because they keep doing it. This is the thing. Somebody's got several £100 million in the bank, you know, and we're not talking like assets, we're talking money in the bank. They've got hundreds of millions of pounds in their bank account, and they still sign deals with people to fucking just remove 5,000 jobs from an industry and to just delete the livelihood of like thousands of people because it's going to make them a few extra % profit per year. And it's like, are you fucking serious? Like, you're making an extra few £1 million a year, but several thousand people are going to have to go find work somewhere else after years of working for the company that you're in charge of. It's like, it's fucking pathetic. Like, it's fucking spineless. Like, you have enough. Like, once you win. It's capitalism. You live in a capitalistic world, and you've won. You've won. Just enjoy it. You've got a bunch of money. You can live a really nice life until you die. You win. Why are you still trying to crush other people? Why are you still, like, trying to attack and destroy other people? Like, what is wrong with you? And the problem is, capitalism rewards this behavior. Being evil and being cutthroat and having no morals clearly is what makes you successful under capitalism, which is why the people at the top are so malicious. Because if hard work and being a good person made you rich, the world wouldn't be the way that it is. It just wouldn't, you know? The world would be a much nicer place because people that have morals and have an understanding of being content and having enough would be in charge. They'd have enough, so they'd let other people succeed. And then everybody could have enough and everyone could feel validated and comfortable. But yeah, there's too many people out there that just, they want everyone else to be fucking just, they want everyone else to suffer. They just, they need to be crushing other people to feel good, and it's, yeah, fucking worrying. European, it's all Francis' fault. 2 months nicotine free. Congratulations, Tiger. Borders don't mean anything. You're thinking it does, it tells. You think the USA is more fucked up than Sweden, maybe you think that's true. Good job, Tiger. Keep comparisons, maybe that will help. That's not bad. Not all rich people that do that, though. That's really arseholes doing that. Well, it just seems to be a bit of a trend, if I'm honest. Mindset is a key after that. When nicotine is, I'm flush the rest down the toilet. Yeah, I mean, try not to flush things down the toilet because it blocks the toilet, which is not good. Anyway, we do have an ad break. Chat. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen, and then after, I'll try not to get into a massive discussion next time, but we'll play the video game. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. Leave this one to me. Instantly gets booted in the face. Again, those cheeks, goddamn. This is it, right? Snake is caked the fuck up. They shouldn't call him Solid Snake. They should call him Solid Cake, because he is thick as fuck. I need to charge that one up. Oh! Right. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat. Thank you to Pizza and myself for figuring out the strategy. Shouldn't really thank myself in the clip, but never mind.
This is my show, John Marston. Do as you're goddamn told.
Fucking.
And shoot well.
Let's fucking go, Sadie. Damn. You got shish kebabbed. Fuck's sake. That's not how belly button piercings work. Come on. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat. Get out of the way, please. Thank you. Fuck's sake.
Looking good. Get out of this cactus.
Oh, 15 mil.
I can do.
Jerking the meat. Thank you so.
Stop it.
Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. please go check out Pizza. They're one of the most lovely individuals. There's all sorts of stuff.
Oh, I do have it. I just don't have it like that. I know that. Like, yeah, he jumped on the kitchen counter.
Leaving after the lease is up, so
It's a shout out of a shout out. Kate sneezing straight into the microphone almost. And Pizza finding it fucking hilarious.
Okay, so I have clip shout outs as it turns out.
Some violence.
I'm going to get a clip of that myself. Right. I'm taking your shit. Deal with it. Right. He even has a bit of a swag when he walks out as well. But also, I want to be careful not to destroy this boat, because we are going to need it to jump in and fast travel. I'll try and bring it round here. And then do one of these. This chat, look at this. I spawn out. Oh no, I broke it. Oh no, I broke it. Shit, I broke it. Okay, it's fine. I thought I'd broken the game for a second there. Memes. Memes. Do we get the sickle? Okay, cool. Right, well, yeah, that was a lot easier than I thought. Let me guess, we can't jump up this way, but we can come back this way. Oof. Big oof. Yeah, okay, they've made it conveniently a little bit too... Fucking hell, breadcrumbs, pay attention. Fucking hell. They've conveniently made it a little bit too high. This is just a way back, not a way there. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Yeah, after all, it's an American and English trend because it comes from those countries. Yeah, well, like I say, I think that greed is the issue. You know, it's not the political framework or the name you give it or what colour tie you wear, or, you know, it's... You know, the tricks are all the same, but the greed for power and the greed for money and how those two things are somewhat interchangeable, that's what drives a lot of the behaviors that cause a lot of the difficulty in the world. And I feel like if we can just disconnect ourselves from this concept of I've got more than you and therefore I'm better than you, we might live in a more, you know, nice world. That makes sense.
I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian Phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Shush, Baba. You can't just come over here and start shouting at me.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally
firing a shit ton of people for profit and fun, like it happens in the US and the UK, doesn't happen over here. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. I would argue that any company that's been financially successful and seen growth in the last 10, 15 years, there are definitely restructuring. There's definitely restructuring. There's definitely layoffs that occur. Automation is a driving force in most businesses succeeding. So any long-term successful business will at some point start downsizing its workforce because of automation. And it is an unfortunate side effect that happened with the Industrial Revolution, which took a lot of manual labor and started to mass produce things. And then all of the manual labor that went into doing the work in factories then became automated by robotics. And now we're seeing AI kind of automating a lot of the busy work and grunt work that's being done in the tech world. It's kind of a trend of finding ways to do things cheaper so you can keep the difference. And this is the thing, is that under capitalism, the human race, England as a country, I'll just say, England as a country, year on year, every year has produced more and more stuff, but this has never resulted in people becoming wealthier. This is only the working class becoming wealthier. We produce more and more and more and more because of automation and because of process, architecture getting better, and computers and technology getting better, and automation and robotics getting better. We make more stuff every year, but that's never put more money in the pockets of the working class. We've been on the same up until Keir Starmer. Minimum wage stayed the same, and I'm not a minimum wage, but the majority of people are. So this is it. Is that this is the problem? Is that automation has made things more productive and produced more output, but it hasn't paid people more ever. So asset stripping, hostile takeover, buying companies and selling or firing everyone happens in the USA. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a slightly different thing. I think any company all over the world, be it Bayer, be it trying to think of other European companies that are quite large. I can't think of any. But I guarantee you the same restructuring where human labor is removed and replaced with automation, that's been going on in every industry forever. It's just how profit is increased over time, which is what capitalistic systems tend to do. So yeah, people losing their jobs because a machine can do it cheaper. It's been happening for centuries. Super arsehole moves. Oh yeah. The strip mining companies and stuff is fucking it's the most short-sighted thing, Yeah, exactly. Automation has to happen sometime, but there are ways of doing it that don't leave thousands of people without jobs. Automation that makes the person who's working much more productive rather than replacing humans. You automate the tools that make them more productive, so therefore they have a better output. It's not quite as profitable, but it's more morally justified.
Yes, the females don't.
But no,
need
they'd rather
males
just
to
get a
reproduce.
robot to do it.
Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Better to have family-owned companies than directors and big institutional-owned companies. Well, yeah, this is it. Is that when a company's owned by a committee, their only goal, their only sort of responsibility is to make more profit. And this is the thing. For a long time now, last 10 years, no company has been interested in improving anything. In the last 10 years, very few things have got better. Things have got more expensive, but I think that my phone, my computer, devices, services, all sorts of stuff, nothing has got better. It's become more profitable. So they found ways to do things for cheaper, but they're still charging me the same price. Or they found a way to do something that doesn't involve a human being, which I would say is worse. So it worsens my experience, but I still end up spending the money on buying something from a machine rather than a human being. And a classic example of this is the way that self-checkouts were sort of poised and sort of presented to us as this sort of it's really quick and easy. You just scan and go, you don't have to queue up and blah, 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 but basically what they've done is they've taken half the tills, which were manned by human beings, got rid of those jobs, and now I'm doing the job of scanning the food for myself. And then the till says to me, do you want to round up your, charge to give to charity? So they can make charitable donations with the upcharge that I give them to get them tax breaks on their fucking income as a business. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? So you charge me for carrier bags now, right? And they were only 5p, but they're 35 pence now. So like I said 7-8 years ago, it will go up though. It'll be 50p a bag before long. Everyone says, oh, you're being miserable. No, this is how they do it. But they got rid of half the tills. I have to ring up my own fucking groceries now. I have to pay for the bag, 30-something pence, and it will fall apart. They always do. And then they're asking me to make a charitable donation, which allows them to then make a charitable donation from their business. and that gets them tax breaks. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, dude! Like you've stripped all of the fucking like good out of this. Like I'm doing the fucking work, and now you want me to help you save money on your tax bill as well. Meanwhile, the price of food has fucking tripled over the last 10 years. It's fucking ridiculous. It's such a scam. But yeah. Only allowed to use self-checkouts if it's under 10 things. Isn't carry bags priced because of the bag tax like we have? Well, it's because plastic carrier bags are fucking ruining the environment, and I agree. But you know, people are still throwing plastic bags away. It hasn't slowed down that much. It's just they're now paying for them. You know. Then this is the thing. The only thing that changes is things that used to be free start getting charged. There's people, slowly but surely, there's a price tag attached to everything. And this is what I tell people in the older generations. Is throughout my life, this country and the quality of life within it has slowly got worse. And everything, even the most trivial, like, you know, meaningless little things, there's a charge, there's a price for it. Everything has a price tag attached to it. Nothing is included anymore. Absolutely every single facet of absolutely every single fucking thing has a little price attached to it. And sometimes you get told the price and sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's too late and you have to pay for it after the fact. And I'm tired of it, you know? Everything's fucking expensive because a few millionaires want to be billionaires and a few billionaires want to be even more of a billionaire, you know? And I'm just like, enough. Like I said before, you win. You've won. You've beat the system. You've become exuberantly wealthy. Just fucking enjoy it. You know, just enjoy your life. Why are you still trying to fuck people over? Just fucking check out. Just go live on some island somewhere and enjoy yourself, you know? That's what I keep telling people. We keep hearing that everything's in the name of progress and advancement, but I have to ask, what progress have we actually fucking made and for who? Exactly. We haven't progressed anything. All we've done is made things more profitable for someone else. And this is it. They say our generation doesn't want to work. We don't mind working. We just don't want to make other people rich. Working makes other people rich. It doesn't help us. You know, working just to survive, not that many people are going to sign up for that. They have to survive, but they're not going to fucking go above and beyond just to have a fucking small little studio flat, barely have enough money for food, not be able to heat their home properly in winter, you know, not be able to buy themselves new clothes because they're wearing theirs out. You know, you can't expect people to just fucking scrape by on the bottom and be all fucking... Yeah, I can't wait to help fucking improve productivity at work. No, if you pay the bare minimum, you're going to get the bare minimum. That's never been any different in life. If you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. That's just how it is. It's always been that way, you know? And this whole sort of like the way that these companies try and, you know, guilt trip and fucking gaslight employees into working super, super hard when they've absolutely no intention of helping that person work themselves out of the economic class they currently find themselves in. It's just... It's disgusting. Some tax on paper bags. You understand why you're still in the UK? Yeah, neither do I, to be honest. Go to groceries, use the bags as trash bags. Yeah, you can reuse them, I suppose. Put them in the burn part. Well, you shouldn't really burn plastic, but yeah. Fitting topic given the current game. Yeah, well, this is it, yeah. Maybe this game is bringing it out of me.
And it shouldn't. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate.
Oh shit, I think I just activated a fucking quest because I spoke to him too much.
The Don't Shake Plastic Boy, Bob.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to... I mean, officers. I'm...
Short mean this man is true.
Yeah, okay, he's got nothing to say. But yes, chat. Like I say, I don't want to be too doom and gloom, but at the same time, some of these subjects do bear talking about. Ooh. Superstar sunglasses. Oh, if I put them on, does that trigger the trophy? I need to take the hat off, to be honest. Oh yeah, they're pretty special. They are. We like them. No Yes, but I'm not sure you're allowed to burn plastic. I don't think that's very good for the environment, but yeah. I mean, that's what people do, you know, this is the thing. They're sort of like, you know, you shouldn't. You need to separate all your plastics and your glass and your recyclables and split it all out into different bins and everything, just so they can fucking chuck it all in a pile, and then fucking somebody says that they're going to, you know, recycle it, and then they just go and dump it in the ocean. It's just a tale as old as time. People have been dumping shit in the ocean for hundreds of years.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs.
Burn them to make steam to heat to warm the city. Yeah, I mean, there are other much more combustible materials for generating heat that don't create like toxic fumes. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's, yeah, you're creating toxic fumes, and it's just
fully automatic rifle.
It's only one person burning a handful of bags.
You don't see these days.
But if everybody does it, it's actually quite a lot. And this is the thing, is that companies that refuse to deal with the waste that they create, they expect the customer to then become responsible for organizing the recycling of the materials, which they have to fucking deal with because companies use those materials to package their products. And like, it's like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I should be able to take a bunch of fucking plastic back to Tesco's. I should be able to give Tesco's a bag full of plastic, a bag full of glass and everything else. And they should be responsible for fucking recycling it, because those are the fucking products, the materials that they use. So they should be responsible for recycling a certain amount per year. So they should want to take back plastic and glass and everything else. But they don't. Plastic is cheap as fuck to produce and to use, but it's difficult to get rid of. But that's obviously been just lumped off onto the fucking consumer. You know, they put everything in black plastic that you can't recycle, or other materials that have, like, you know, that it's cardboard, but it's got a plastic lining, which can't be recycled apparently. And it's difficult to get rid of it. And then the local tip, like, you have to make an appointment, and you might have to pay to go and dump stuff, even though council tax is supposed to be one of the things that, you know, supposed to be one of the things that's paid for by council tax. It's just like, people are just going to start dumping shit in the street. That's what happens when you don't have refuse collection. People just dump shit in the street because they don't want to pay to get rid of it, you know? Yeah. Not plastic, just yeah, if it's burnable, then yeah. They never burn plastic myself, so do you guys have recycle stations? We have places where you can deposit refuse, and you can separate it into glass and plastic and metal and cardboard or whatever, and it's supposed to be recycled, but apparently a lot of it isn't. Apparently a lot of it just ends up in the ocean anyway. So as every company operates with a do what you want, apologize later once the profits have been made and mentality. Yeah, this is the other thing as well. It's just sort of like, you know, when a company's doing something that's bad for the environment or bad for the consumer, as soon as anybody that's in some sort of regulatory capacity approaches them, the company's just like, well, why don't we just cut you in on the profit, you know? Like, you could be making money out of this as well. And like I say, greed, it works because people end up on the fucking payroll, you know? Weird how we can recycle stuff and you guys can't. Well, yeah. Just watch your... Yeah, I heard about that earlier today.
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Right, visual calculus. You know where you are, the collapsing, floating. I forgot the next bit. Bouncing back, and one day I'm gonna grow. Oh.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread
Visual
across.
calculus. Yeah, what? Yeah, visual calculus? No. Hand-eye coordination. Where's visual calculus? Are we already pretty good because I did that one earlier? Yeah. Oh no, we're -1 for visual calculus. That's why. Oh, yeah, it was because of the glasses. Okay. What song is that?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall.
Bang about it, yeah. Like, it's not a shock to me that over the last few years I've started to listen to Radiohead a lot more because I've obviously become a lot more depressed because of my health. So yeah, I know that my depression is getting a bit more sort of severe when Radiohead starts to sound really good, and which is not, you know, that's not to criticize Radiohead. It's just they have a particular sound that I think just it resonates more when you're dealing with something. And that's not to say that, you know, it's sad music you shouldn't listen to. I think that there being a sound that makes you realize you're not alone in that moment. There's a sound, there's a band that makes music that feels like the way you feel. It makes you feel less alone. So even though some people would say Radiohead is sad music, I think that sad music has a significant purpose in life. And it's not just Radiohead. There's other bands that make very sad music. But when you're sad, it is the soundtrack to being sad. And like I say, the existence of music that feels the same way as your emotions do when you're sad or depressed, it makes you feel less alone. You feel like there's something or someone out there that feels the same way, and that's comforting in a way. So I think that, yeah, Radiohead is sad music, but sometimes life is sad, and I think pretending it isn't is naive. So yeah. Nirvana Radio is a sign of depression, like Karma Police. Sound that resonates, and yeah, exactly, Neela, exactly what I was saying. When Rage out to yeah, exactly, Rage out to Slipknot or some other music. But yeah, I think music should be across the emotional spectrum because it's where it comes from, right? Yeah. Hysterical and useless. Interesting phrase. Anyway. Anyway, we can't play Disco Elysium and listen to Radiohead at the same time. That would be an overdose. That would be an overdose of questionably sad creativity, I would say.
Scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least. Their heads lowered and eyes.
Pearl Jam is the funniest to do an impression about impression.
No sound.
I don't think I could do Pearl Jam. Even flow. Was that Pearl
10
Jam?
meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side.
Yeah.
Morning
Yeah, I've seen that meme actually. I remember that meme.
Radiating the first light of the day.
Nobody understands what he's singing yet.
Was carried out at
But obviously it resonated with people, right? But there was, wasn't there some, I think there were they Japanese? But they made a song that was making fun of American jazz. And they were just making noises with their mouth. And like they played a little song with a little trumpet sting. And that they were making a mockery of the musical style, but it's actually a really catchy tune. I can't remember who they were. But yeah, same thing. They're just mumbling like vowel sounds. But yeah,
rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes.
And also there's some psychological sort of, I wouldn't say studies, but there's people have written down sort of, exploring the behavior of firing squads where they made the people face the other way to make it easier for the firing squad to do what they had to do. But some of them would force soldiers to prove their loyalty to the cause or to the ideology that the army was fighting for by making them shoot people like in the face, like look them in the face. Like you're aiming down the rifle sights, looking at a human face, staring back at you. And obviously in that moment, that face is going to be doing everything it can to try and plead with you with eye contact. And it's like, damn, that's how they would prove their dedication to the fight. And I was like, damn, that's fucking brutal, man. Because yeah, kneeling someone down so they don't fall over after they've been shot as much and shooting them in the back of the head.
They stand.
I mean, an execution is an awful thing, but yeah.
It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
But yeah, I remember talking to somebody who was a philosophy student, and she was saying that, people revel in seeing other people killed. And it's not just in war films, it's not just wars. When they were executing people with the guillotine, crowds would build. There would be crowds of people just watching somebody. And half the time they didn't even know who it was, but they wanted to see someone get their head chopped off. There was this morbid fascination. Like human beings have always had this deep-seated morbid fascination with watching other people die. Even since the days of the guillotine,
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world.
Comrades. Yeah, I think this might be a dialogue option that's changed. The dialogue that comes up has changed because we're a bit communist, I think. But Ted did a funny bit about it. Adam Sandler did a bit of singing. Adam Sandler did one too. Yeah, interesting. Thinking about World War I, we had to be 10 centimeters for the guy's eyes when you bayoneted them. Bit fucking brutal. Eminem played in Happy Gilmore 2, just saying. Oh yeah, because there's going to be another Happy Gilmore, isn't there? What other film? I think Sacha Baron Cohen's going to do another Borat film. But this is, yeah, I shouldn't dive off, but Sacha Baron Cohen. I was watching the tennis final with my mum's a big tennis fan, and I like watching tennis as well. But Sacha Baron Cohen went to Wimbledon as Ali G. So he's surrounded by all of these like extremely wealthy, like posh people. And he was in his Ali G. Obviously, you know, he's got a suit and everything. But yeah, he showed up as Ali G. He showed up as Ali G for Wimbledon. And yeah, his jacket, was that the jacket he was wearing? It's an official ganja dealer of Wimbledon. But yeah, he was in the crowd as Ali G watching the tennis. It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, seeing Ali G just walk past the camera when they were changing ends was just such a fucking trip. I was like, man, what a hero. But yeah, apparently Sacha Baron Cohen's going to do another film, another
7
Borat
men
film.
in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles.
Now they use drones, I think personally. You might be seeing that. Who's America? Sacha Baron Cohen. Who is America? No. British making the new LG movie. Is he making a new LG movie too? Okay, so he's trying to sort of drum up some interest and get the name back out there.
Dark duty. Murderers, twisted by orders. Young boys forced into killing. The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
Yeah, the person in charge. The people with the rifles were just following orders, but yeah, still not an excuse, but yeah. Big dude was a funny scooter. You can count big guy, you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot. Should really see who's America. He pretended to interview like a real top politician and famous people in the USA, and he trolls them so hard. He said that to O.J. Simpson, well, sometimes you just want to take out the knife and be like, little stabber. O.J. was like, no. Yeah, because that kind of satirical interview, he did that a long time ago. He had a TV show where he interviewed various different people, and I was telling my mum last night because we saw him at Wimbledon, and I was like, "It's Sacha Baron Cohen. He's Ali G, but his real name's Sacha Baron Cohen." And I said to us, "You'd be surprised how intelligent that guy. He's genuinely, really, really, really fucking intelligent. But obviously, he's chosen to write comedy, and he's really fucking good at it." But yeah, he had a talk show, and he was interviewing somebody who was an animal rights activist, and he said, "Are you against animal testing?" And she was like, "Yes, I'm against testing of products on animals." And then Addy G says, "Are you against animal testing if the product is for animals?" And she was like, And he made her think for a second. It was quite a good question. And she said, "Well," and Addy G was like, what can people do?" And she was like, "Well, you could buy organic foods. You can only buy free range. You can use organic fibers." And he's wearing this plasticky, chavvy shell suit. It's like plastic, like it's clearly like a plasticky suit, like tracksuit. And he's like, "This is a natural fiber." And she's like, "Oh, is it?" As if, like you're taking the piss. And he was like, "Yeah, it's made from an animal called acrylic." I think 8 acrylics died to make this. And yeah, it was just the way he was doing satirical interviews all the way back then. And now you look at Philomena Kunk, who does like incredibly good, very dry satirical interview humor and asks questions in a way. ask questions that are sort of kind of like deliberately ignorant for the sake of humor. Like they ask really inappropriate questions, but in a very naive way. Even though they're not naive, they know exactly what they're asking, but they're trying to get a rise out of people. So they're taking interview techniques that, like the politicians we were talking about earlier, where they distort and so they're using the various different kinds of subtext in an interview to
the other one, once filled with engineers and designers of Feld Electric, now collapsed and dead, but for some rats. You feel drawn, for some reason, to the faded mural again. A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A single person stands on the sideline. A cold sea behind this building.
In place. Where are we going, boys? You're going to walk all the way there without me having to touch anything? He also goes to the most racist city in the USA to say they're going to be the world's biggest mosque, and they're like grabbing their... Yeah, and they know how to. And the thing, Louis Theroux is similar in the sense that they ask, they ask questions that force people to like confront their biases or their fallacies. So he interviews people and asks them questions which kind of directly criticize or undermine this person's whole like personality, and it's a bit combative, but at the same time, it's also kind of like, it's making people own up to the fact that, come on, you're playing a character just like I'm playing a character, Because, some people, you begin to realize that, they want people to believe this character is real when actually, they're not. They're just a character. But obviously it sells more merchandise, gets more views if people think the character is real, right? Because they base their personality on the personalities they see on the internet or TV, whatever delivery mechanism there is for media. People watch one TV show and base their entire personality on a character until they see another TV show, and they start basing their personality on that character. And it's like, are you going to develop your own personality at any point? So surprised nobody's punched him. So age verification for Sony was a big flop. Well, yeah, you've got age verification that people are against. You've got them dropping physical. And yeah, it's come to light that one of the sort of, people in charge at Sony, they dumped a bunch of their stock literally days after the like within a day or two of the announcement. So it's like you knew your stock was going to become worthless, so you offloaded it. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty fucking sketchy if you ask me. Went before the White House, it was blocked. Back at you from the rust-coloured water, you. I saw a reflection, okay. Huh. Is that Joyce?
I'll just keep the Cordelechi in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty. Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now. So I decided to investigate it personally.
Only the USA.
This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell. How do I like it?
Cast their gaze towards the village melting on the cinder blocks. Construction work left half finished 10 years ago. So, whilst digging around in the data files, compressed files for this game, I found this area, but a completely different, and I found a completely different Martinez as well. The whirling in rags, it looked completely different, and it was an earlier version, and I was like, damn, that's really interesting. But obviously not quite finished.
Creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Yes, it is.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men. Real politics, real thoughts in your head.
Maybe.
Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're Insulindian Phasmid. I'm guessing you don't know then. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
Vivian, so me.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what
Nonny?
this means. Our home.
It's very stuff is
this
bullshit.
island of
Like, I had to put it in 13 to get access to Facebook too, and everyone lied. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, the thing is, like, it's annoying because on the surface, like, I have absolutely no problem with protections being put in place to stop kids falling into the sort of socially detrimental traps of social media. Like, I'm not against that at all, but that's not what this is about. This is about fucking shoehorning in verification and scanning people and selling their data. That's what this is actually about, which is why I'm against it. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with verifying the purchase of a phone to a person who's over 18. So only people over the age of 18 can have a smartphone, and then smartphones can access the internet. But trying to regulate the internet and trying to regulate access to social media, it's very, very difficult. The government is famously bad at technology like this. And ultimately, it's going to be bypassed anyway. Kids are very good with bypassing things on computers, which is why, like I say, smartphones shouldn't be owned by anybody under the age of 18. It's, you know, it's not. But kids can access social media on fucking desktop computers, I suppose. But, I mean, how many of them would use a desktop computer if they didn't have a phone, I suppose? But, oh, excuse me. But yeah, they're going after it in a way that is very, very complicated and difficult and therefore expensive. And it's the taxpayer money they're spending. And all of it is just to scrape data that they can sell to people, or, you know, contract some third party who they happen to be friends with to manage the data, who will then fucking leak it as soon as they've got their money. They'll leak it because they've actually sold it to a bunch of people. So they say they leaked it because they want to cover up the fact that they sold it. It's fucked. Continue to catch pedos to keep kids safe. Good for you. At least 115 ban social media on desktop as a parent too. One reason why my daughter won't get to play Roblox. But yeah, this is it. Roblox. This is the thing is, right? Like, they're saying we need to protect children, but they're not going for where they're not regulating some of the spaces where children are most at risk. And there's also like a whole bunch of websites that are like like a net positive, like their mental health resources, their anti-suicide response resources, their helplines and chat rooms where people can talk about their feelings and everything. That these are not like a threat. These are actually, you know, supportive of children's mental health, but they're getting swept up in it as well. And yeah, like, I mean, Facebook famously just recently lost a court case, or was it Facebook or YouTube, they managed to prove that social media is addictive, and Facebook lost the case in court that they created a product that's addictive. That's one of the first sort of nails in the coffin for it all. But yeah.
Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for
Play
cautious
Roblox without age
optimism.
verification. I play but don't talk.
delay you.
I just play to get achievements. This is the thing. I think removing all of the social stuff from games so people can't communicate, they can just play games together. But some games rely on communication, so you've got to have some form of communication, and therefore you've got to have some form of moderation. But yeah, this is the thing: is that whenever a large group of people are presented with the ability to hide behind a username and have animosity, some of the worst qualities come out. You know, they start saying and doing, and you know, ironically, Black Ops 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 2, and I think one of the other ones as well, they recently ported them to, you know, to modern systems, but they've left them kind of untouched. All the bugs are still there, all the problems are still there. But it's fucking crazy that clips are showing up of people doing the exact same toxic shit that made me stop playing FPS games on console and kind of in general, was how toxic, and the fucking little custom like profile picture you can make. People have been making like racist symbolism and fucking elephants performing fellatio on themselves, and it's fucking unhinged. And then you've got like lobbies full of people screaming it. It's like a fucking zoo. It's like a bunch of chimpanzees in a zoo. And it's like, holy fuck, man. Like, if you give these kids the fucking opportunity, they'll go straight back to doing it. It's fucked.
She leaves Martinez at the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit.
I guess not.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer? Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Okay. A lot of people talking about Ruby, unfortunately. Yeah, we need to check Land's End as well. People do that in Instagram chat too. There's also the types of people on Discord, Grace. In Sweden had a massive Minecraft art contest for all the kids in the country. Basically, they couldn't stop kids from making PPs and swastikas and FE fingers and other shit. Yeah. This is the problem. The thing is, where did a fucking 7-year-old kid learn what a fucking swastika is? It's like, for fuck's sake, man. We're so fucking bad. Like, human beings are so we're so pathetic in some ways, you know? Like, we are fucking animals. Oh yeah, I suppose the boardwalk's right there. I can check right now, can't I? Yeah, this is it. I was saying to a very good friend of mine how, like, you know, like teenage American men are literally the worst demographic, and I'm sorry, but yeah, teenage American men are literally the worst demographic. Not all of them, obviously. Yeah, no, it's never the entire demographic, but fuck me, like an overwhelming majority. Is this not the boardwalk where we check for fucking ballistics? Okay. Boys are brutal and they get the internet. Yeah, this is it. And like I say, and it's the thing is, I see like adults doing it as well, and it's this kind of like hiding behind a username and everything. And I think that maybe like there should be a mandate that on social media you're not allowed to use like a username. You have to be like your name, you know. I think if you have to have like your name and your profile picture has to be of your face, that then creates the kind of accountability that stops people from behaving like that. But you're never going to get people to do that, you know. They're never going to buy into that. So, you know, screw it. Oh, what's this? What's this? Coin, I'll take it. Building before you house the engine. Must have been a big one.
An old door, worn by elephants, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
To facing, I'm 6, but that's still very low. Fuck, okay. White polo shirt, lovely stuff.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower.
An old comms tower sounds like a pretty good perch to me. Notice how they comment on everything. Yeah, but not good to put laws on everything either. Some things need to be free. Well, I don't know. I think some people can't be trusted, to be honest. And just human beings can't be trusted in general. They always find a way around. You put guardrails up to stop people doing something, and it almost makes them do it more. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with us? Anyway, I need to use the loo, so I'm going to do a manual ad break a couple of minutes early, but that means we get a few minutes before the end of stream. Before we get a few minutes added on the extra at the end of stream, so I won't have to worry about the ad playing. Yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. It's only a couple of minutes, but I desperately need the loo, so I'll be right back. Easy for a human to say, according to his ideology too. This is the thing, is that, you know, when you've got people defending ideologies and entering into complicated discussions that are multifaceted, I'm like, that's actually kind of good. It's good that people are engaging with that kind of degree of complexity with their discussions. But when it turns into someone just insulting somebody else, it's like there's nothing intelligent. Nobody's learning anything there. Everyone's just becoming worse, and that's kind of it. But yeah, I'll be right back in a moment, and then we'll carry on. Put it down. Game. Seriously. Woo! Let's go. Let's fucking go.
We're reasonable people. I'm sure we can work something out. What is it you want?
Finally. Well, a CAD mummy. Very unusual for where it was found.
It's called a cornetto?
And the thief left behind his Vatican calling card.
Vatican robber in Connecticut. That seems a bit
Look at this chat. We got a fucking croissant. Let's fucking go. How far can we? Please don't just fall off. I swear to God. You fucking.
Stop it.
Fuck. Excuse me. That was a bit close. Just got that one at the end. The NPCs are so verbally aggressive, even though they're clearly in the wrong. You know, they'll be walking across the road. You'll be coming along down the road. Look, case in point. Exactly what I just said has just happened. You're just trotting along the road as you would do on a horse, like everyone else is, and they just walk out and stop in front of you, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Does he fuck? Fuck, he does!
But yeah, the lock-on and the animations just didn't know what to do there. Daddy Dennis, welcome in. Dodge window seems way too short. It's
Beetroot_Chutney says it's feasible that this measle-riddled weasel runs on copious amounts of diesel.
Pop goes the weasel. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
I don't want to die, 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 I don't want to die.
It's all yours, it's all yours, it's all yours.
You sure?
Yeah, it's all yours. Yes, let's go.
Boo.
Oh, he's not
Big
dead.
boy.
He's not dead.
Wait, he's not dead?
He's not
Are you
dead.
fucking for real?
Shoot him, shoot him.
Fucking you. Jesus Christ, that could have been terrible.
This one's for you, Soph. This one's for you. And the Raiders. Masterpiece of a fight. Absolute masterpiece of a fight. So good. So good. Fucking hell, that fight is so good. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freighter. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there.
Referring to us by our title.
Whirling in rags. To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out... Biddable Prime, was it? It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, through a thick snowstorm melting flake by flake in the waves, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender. Smoking, drinking, being happy and elated. Without you. Because you're here, freezing in the wind, aren't you? Doing your detective work.
Person who just said writing or not. History is written by the victors, which is why England tried to cover up all of its wrongdoings, I think. But his new album drops next year. I hope you enjoy it. Kim's voice is so calm. Yeah, Kim Katsuragi as a character is very interesting. They're very, very dry and to the point and very professional, but they occasionally demonstrate a bit of personality, and it makes it so much more impactful when they do. Whereas when characters like constantly beat you over the head, I don't know if anyone else experiences this, but whenever I watch usually something sort of American TV shows and pop culture and stuff, their personality is literally just being thrust upon you, that they're just desperate for you to perceive them as some form of personality. It's just so uncomfortably forthcoming. Their personality kind of, it's a bit abrasive because of how aggressive it is. Whereas someone like Kim Katsuragi, they're very, very plain and to the point and very professional, but every now and again they let out a little bit of their personality, and it feels so much more interesting as a character dynamic for me. Kim Kardashian, very American famous person. Yeah, there's just this aggressively forthcoming personality. They're very, very sort of aggressively transmitting this idea of who they are. And yeah, it genuinely feels quite manufactured. Cigarette butts cleaned away under a rock. Brand Timatori. Just realised how it coordinates boat traffic in the bay. Barely. +1 rhetoric, -1 empathy. Back up to 5 skill points, which is good. Make a mental note. Timatiri seems important somehow. Ah. Are they the cigarettes smoked by the sniper? I've had that song stuck in my head for fucking days, chat. But it's a good one. Just like Everything in Its Right Place and a few others, Burn the Witch. They've got some fucking really good songs.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed shut.
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard knew that's a part of our MO.
Yeah, I understand you. I like opening doors as much as the next guy. But this one is simply beyond repair, and we don't have the resources needed to open it. Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
At least you can think about opening it. About doors in general.
Yo, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you.
Fundamental to your life. Perhaps something useful will come from this.
Hollywood tell them, yeah, this is it. Soon Trump and Jeffries, oh yeah, could you imagine? Heard that before. I don't want to go back to work next Monday. Ugh, yeah. Stay strong, dude. Stay strong. How are you doing there, Dill? It's good to see you, dude. I hope you're well. Sorry if I didn't see you in Kate's chat earlier. I'm a bit working on some fairly complicated stuff at the moment, so I'm a bit distracted from my Twitch chats, unfortunately.
An old door worn by.
Yeah. So I'm going to load the game back up because I don't know if we can open this door at all. But
an old door.
Yeah. Cool. I'll leave it there. Just had the most pointless meeting with my psychiatrist. I had to shit so bad the whole time. Oh, dude, it's the worst, man. It's the worst. Like, when you're absolutely gasping to use the toilet in a meeting, and somebody just won't stop asking questions, and it's like...
They must have been like this for 40 years.
And sometimes it's like, dude, you're just asking the same question over and over again. You're just reiterating it slightly differently. And like, it gets to the point where it's like, dude, like, you clearly need to speak to this person after the meeting. So just ask for that. Just say, that's really interesting. Would you be able to, can we pencil in some time after this call? But it's just when you're desperate to go to the loo, and like, I've had to get good at saying, guys, if there's nothing else from me, I'll drop off now, but please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. I'm always here on Teams or whatever. But yeah. Just fucking call in my value. Needed the home toilet advantage for this. For the home toilet advantage. Yeah, it's true, man. So I'll tell you what, chat. Like, isn't it just the nicest feeling using your own toilet when you get home from a holiday? Like, getting back to your own throne. It's nice, man. Using your own toilet where you're comfortable and you're safe. You can trust it, It's a nice feeling. Nothing like it, yeah. Last time I had to shit in a meeting, I stand up, I was walking away, my boss was like, where are you going? I was like, otherwise I shit here or toilet, you decide. And he's like, I shit here? No, okay, good answer. Yeah.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it.
Outhouses are good.
A small layer of white salt from the sea.
Going to the toilet outdoors, leaving, it's crazy. Like back in the day, that there used to be like just a toilet in the garden, like outdoor toilets, and like there was a door to it and everything. But yeah, like there was no real proper plumbing, so there was just like a toilet with like a small run to like a sewer like stretch in the road, then the path behind the houses. I don't know what you call it. But the toilet was outside. They didn't have indoor plumbing back then. So yeah, it's the middle of winter. You're in bed in your pajamas. You need to go to the toilet. You got to go outside in your slippers in your pajamas to use the toilet. It's like, oh man, fucking terrible, absolutely terrible.
No, I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. And his shoulders. It's reflex.
Are they though? Till the bee goes up Uranus.
A once bright
fine, mine's sweet.
Towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the
Sweden,
years,
many people have been bitten by snakes while shitting in their outhouses in their summer cabins. Not as dangerous snakes, but yeah, exactly. Getting bitten in the arse by a snake. Imagine the one-eyed snake get bitten by a real snake. Oh god, are there any venomous snakes in Sweden? I'm not too sure. I don't think so. Took a gummy for my anxiety. Blue Raz flavor. Interesting. Most dangerous animals in Sweden. Yeah, because, I mean, yaks and mooses, they get fucking big. Like, really scary big.
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Got bit on the fucking nutsack. Oh, man, I would never use an outhouse.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
That was the case. Jesus. Another power box. It changes nothing now. It's empty. It charges nothing now. It's empty.
Listen to it.
Yeah, I thought this was one of the places where we have to check the boardwalk for bullet traces. Check the island. Yeah, we need to get a boat to get to there, to be honest. Need to ask. Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can ask these guys here if they've seen Ruby. Because they might. They might have done. But yeah, bitten on the ball sack. He was peeing on the side of the road. We peed on the snake. Yeah. When your ADHD winds down, oh my God, I'm exhausted and tired. Yeah, when your brain's been going 1,000 miles an hour all day, when it finally slows down, it must be quite a trip. Excuse me. Been charged by one several times in the forest over the school in my home village. Salmonella. Because snake eat animals without arseholes. It's true. Because I always wondered, like, what the fuck happens to the bones when a snake eats something? But apparently their stomach acid breaks the bones down as well. That powerful. Because yeah, they'll eat a fucking whole animal and then just dissolve it.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
It's not true. You've been here for days.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
No,
So you have...
No,
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that.
Sure. What's on your mind? But of course, I do have some...
He's not gonna give you money. No, I mean, come on. You need the money.
Of course, Detective. I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former socialist states. Have you read it? If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind. You were saying?
You see, a slogan used to intertwine.
So the washroom is so we got to speak. Yeah, we got to speak to the washroom about. Okay, so yeah, and then we need to check the art. So check the boardwalk. I mean, is that not where we are now? Because there's a boardwalk here as well.
There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed. Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
Put some points into physical instrument then.
And dangerous. Dangerous too.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Oh, okay. No, I can't activate that again. Why do you go all the way down there? Can you not just walk this way? Thank you for the bonk. Nope. No, we can't, okay. So yeah, where is the boardwalk that it wants me to investigate for bullets?
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them.
I don't know. Perhaps the...
Remember what Trent Hyde...
Another likely...
Or maybe...
Yeah. To be honest, if a
cold sea wind blows away the figures. Behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers and designers of Feld Electric, now collapsed and dead, but for some rats. You feel drawn, for some reason, to the faded mural again.
Yeah. So... we were just there.
You see, a slogan.
Looks like tomorrow never came. Looks like tomorrow never... Looks like tomorrow never came. Big one's Amazonian narcissist when they swallow a big animal. Yeah. Doesn't he get a boner? I'm sorry, I had to. Crumbs speed running the conversation. Well, if I've been through the conversation, I'm just looking for the extra dialogue options now, which I know I know it's not the nicest thing to do, but at the same time, I'm just yeah. There's a staircase there. We can get inside this building. I remember, but I think we've got to get there from underneath. And when we do, we experience the fucking like supersonic wave of death. I don't know if it's called. I don't know if that's the Pale as well. But yeah. We go underneath the boardwalk. Hang on, what's this?
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth. There's no echo and no answer. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
Because yeah, some stuff won't become apparent until it's kind of accessible. So yeah, I'm just can you not go this way? Okay. Yeah, I can't remember what we did. Because yeah, I think we did find a sewer pipe somewhere. Right, I suppose we could go and yeah, so I'm going to look this up because I'm checking the whole boardwalk and not getting anywhere with that. I don't want to go all the way to the other side of the map and then have to come all the way back. I give up. How do you check for bullet traces? It's a visual calculus check on the window above Class's room after the confronting the mercenary class. First is Land's End. The area is reachable going north on a narrow path. And in the fell building near the tip, on up to the tower. Now that it is an interactable object only standing in the right spot, the orb will appear, consulting the screenshot below. When it's a bit zoomed in, and notice the position of the 3 fallen beams above the character and the rocky standing beside. Second shot, the boardwalk shock is in the basement of the Feld building. It cannot be accessed until you're ready to pursue the suspect. Please see. Okay. So... there's a loose floorboard. Pick up the... oh, yeah, okay. So I got to do that shit in the... okay. I forgot. I did try and check for the loose floorboard in the cabin. Because I remember, like, it just being there one day after we woke up. But yeah, it wasn't there the times that I woke up. But yeah, I suppose we've got to do that now. Paying attention, just doing 2 things at once. My head and mind is spinning. I'm doing one thing, something else distracts me. Yeah. Too much like a dad. She walked past me and I was like, oh, she's probably going to the toilet. She comes back and I look at her and she's holding 6 pieces of cheese sliced. This up, dude, and 6 pieces. Fucking hell. Loves cheese. Big blocks of Velveeta cheese. Pre-sliced cheese, and I'm too lazy to use cheese slicer. Cheese also backs you up. You can't have cheese made of milk. Lactose. Comes up every time. What a shitting issue. You prick, I thought it went the other way. Yeah, it can. Yeah, there we go. It can affect both ends, unfortunately.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of the floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol, for example. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Ooh, that's brutal. Hold down planet oat milk. It's not real dairy. Sister loved ice cream but was lactose intolerant, but she just ate it to spend like 2 hours on the toilet later. Oh god. No. Sherbet is good. She should try that. It's dairy free. She passed away, so no problem anymore, but thanks for the tip.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
But you didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl.
Softly wringing out the rag after a long silence. Her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
She passed and...
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think. I cleaned it, like I always do. No. She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
This Ruby is an old lady whisperer. She knows how to work the village elder, unlike you.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
She wanted to talk to her, as they usually do, but she was brooding.
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter. Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset.
The sun sets for everyone.
Yes.
She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself, the way some people do. Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made.
I like the art in the game, yeah. Now, Alexander Rostov became one of my favourite artists as soon as I saw their work in this. And I hopefully I'll get to see an exhibition of theirs at some point. I've added them up on Instagram, so hopefully if they ever do an exhibition, they'll post on there. But I should keep my eye out. Because, yeah, I'd love to see his work in person. His oil paintings are just so... There's such a quality to them, and it's, you know, you can tell that they're an artist that spent their life mastering a particular kind of art. They have this wonderful command and like logic to how they approach certain things, but they know how to use oil paint in ways that create these kind of like very surrealist, but somehow very sort of accurate and expressive portraits of people. And all the portraits for these mental capacities and faculties, these are all fucking absolutely outstanding. They're all so abstract, but they all perfectly represent what they're called. You know, rhetoric is somebody just spewing something. Conceptualization is somebody considering something and they're looking at in their palm. visual calculus is lots of blocks and like thoughts and theories. Logic is like, you know, yeah, this is how a face kind of logically fits together. Volition, I don't know whether that's a crown or whether it's excuse me. I don't know whether that's a crown or something else. I can't quite work out. Authority is quite a sort of, you know, masculine face with sort of like a head, like a crown, as, you know, like a king. Half-light is kind of like this weird, distorted kind of anger. Shivers is this weird kind of like, you know, nerve ending. Electrochemistry is like, you know, something happening with inside the body. Pain threshold, you can see someone's contorted chest and everything. Hand-eye coordination is hands, obviously. You know, reaction speed is like a head moving around really quickly. Interfacing is somebody digging into something. Yeah, the artwork of the game is some of the best artwork I've seen in a video game ever. What I'll say.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
ROSTOV, pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, DeGraff Alexander Rostov, sorry. I've searched them before. Oh, hang on. What? Oh, this is a fictional character, okay. Oh, Alexander Rostovanka. But yeah, they have an Instagram where they continue to put. Oh my god! Oh my god! Where they continue to share just the most beautiful artwork. If I was ever going to make a game, I would immediately go to them for concept art. Immediately. You know, and I would be willing to sacrifice the budget to get them to do the concept art for my game. Do you know what's fucking crazy? Do you know what's fucking crazy, dudes? You know what's fucking insane, dudes? I don't know if I'll be able to find a picture of the building in that photograph. But yeah, somewhere along that seafront is that building, and the buildings next to it, and that street. And yeah, do you know what's fucking crazy? Brighton is a 45-minute drive from where I live. So I didn't play the game till long after the release, but they moved to Brighton during the development. So they were working on this game in Brighton while I was... I need to check when the development was happening, but I worked in Brighton for a few years, but I think I may have been working in London when they were in Brighton. But yeah, it baffles me that there may have been a time when I was walking around Brighton the same time they were. But yeah. Regency Square, yeah. Churchill Square as well. I think Regency Square's London, Churchill Square's Brighton, I think. Put him up as some German sociologists. Really like that one, the boat over there. There's that Dover, no, it's Brighton. Wait, if PlayStation is in trouble, does that mean Fort will stop putting skins in the shop? I'm not sure what's going to happen. Horizon Zero Dawn, yeah, I'm not too sure if they're going to start putting stuff.
I don't know.
But yeah.
Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Walk
But yeah.
here. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
But yeah, I don't know if they still live there, whether they've moved back to Estonia or something. But yeah, like if I was to meet them in Brighton one day, I'd be like, oh my goodness, I need to first and foremost thank you for your work. Secondly, shake your hand and just say, you know, like, what drives you as an artist? Please tell me everything. I need to know. I'm a huge fan of your work.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
The other side of the I-360, learned from GeoGuessr to see patterns and recognize it. Oh, is it on the other side? Thank you for the backwards fart, Tiger. But yes, I've stayed in Brighton here and there for weeks at a time, and well, a few months back in the day, and then I worked there for a while. Never moved there because it was too expensive. But Brighton is kind of the city that my little town is like. It's like the scaled up version of my town, but it's way more liberal, way more. There's a lot more youth there, and therefore there's a lot more sort of liberal, left-leaning sort of political ideology in Brighton. Whereas where I'm from, lots of retired people, so lots of conservatives, which is a shame.
I wouldn't
but,
worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The failed electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Yeah, okay, I was there.
What more do you want to know about that poor girl? Yes, let's hear those other questions. One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Tallinn's Estonia. Imagine missing a chance to see Fatboy Slim on Brighton Beach. Yeah. I know. There was a bunch of other gigs as well, like the Prodigy have played in London and I've missed it, you know. But I've been to some pretty fucking good gigs. You know, I've been to some pretty good festivals. I've been to some pretty fucking good gigs in my life. So, you know, you can't go to them all. But also, yeah, there was a like the Fatboy Slim gig on Brighton Beach. It was carnage. Like there were like, you know, I don't know how many thousands of people there. It was genuinely carnage. So it would have been a bit dangerous. But you know, I would have been with a group of people. But even then, it would have been, you know, a bit sketchy. But still, to be there in the summer out on the beach with one of the greatest DJs of that era playing, yeah, you don't get that opportunity very often.
A once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow
250,000, I think.
Whisper away.
Yeah, I remember seeing the footage on the news the next day, and my parents were like, bloody hell. And I was just looking at this sea of people on the seafront, and it looked a little bit like the town I'm from. Then I realised it wasn't, because the pier wasn't the same, and I was like,
Above
it's Brighton.
the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here, an urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
yeah, it's very high, but I don't want to fail the checks. I want to make sure I do every single check. But the only thing I would do is save the game until the next day anyway. So
towers up, even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There isn't a cold hand brushing against you.
Jean-Michel Jarre concert has to be crazy to be at that too, especially in the 90s.
The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
So yeah, I once saw Slayer supporting Slipknot. Slayer were the support act for Slipknot. And this was like kind of at the peak of Slipknot's sort of fame. So me and a couple of other dudes that were into Slipknot, but also very into Slayer, we wanted to go. So I ended up going with a bunch of dudes that worked at a tattoo shop. And we saw Slayer, but there were a bunch of kids in the crowd, which was kind of weird for a Slayer concert, but it is what it is. And then Slipknot were going to play. A few of the lads were like, we're going to go to the pub. Fuck it, whatever. So we went to the pub. They went to the pub. Me and some people stayed. And then Slipknot, there was just smoke and noise for like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. And we were like, this is fucked. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, they're creating atmosphere, but they're making people wait. And we can't be asked. We're too old for it. So we left. So we went to this pub, a very specific pub where they were drinking. Got talking to a few people. And it turned out there was a Kerrang party happening not too far away, and because the people I was with were in a band that had toured a fair bit, done a bunch of gigs and all over London, they knew somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody. So we ended up speaking to somebody who was some musician of note. I can't even remember who they were, to be honest, but yeah, they got us in, and there was a band performing that had literally formed recently, like within a couple of weeks. And it was the lead singer of one band and another band that had like decided to start doing something new with a different singer. But it was a Kerrang party, so genuinely I kept recognizing people, but I didn't know their names, so I couldn't speak to them. And I ended up meeting this girl she wanted to become a music journalist, so she was trying to sort of get stories and stuff. And I wasn't a musician, but I managed to chat her up, and I started to make out with her. And we got the train from London home, and we ended up getting the train to Brighton. And she was like, hey, you should come stay with me. And I was like, I've been making out with this girl all night. It was the morning, and I was like, one of my best friend at the time was like, no, come on, we're going home, mate, we're going home. And she worked in HSBC, the bank HSBC, but I never went back to see her. Don't know what she's up to now, but yeah, the one that got away, or one of the it's one of many that got away, I'll be honest. But yeah, what a show. And then getting into like a fucking private party for like a bunch of like rock stars and stuff, seeing a band that didn't even have a name at that point performing was kind of wild. And yeah, kind of like walking around and sort of like nodding at a bunch of people that were like all famous musicians and stuff, and I was like, that's fucking crazy, just because we knew somebody. Rihanna, no, I don't think so. Show in Moscow looks so cool. I think 3.5 million people. Yeah, the amount of people that saw Metallica. Metallica played Russia, and it was just the horizon. It just went all the way back to the horizon was people, like just miles of people. It was fucking ridiculous.
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever.
Even the military threw off their hats. Yeah.
Did not, and now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning, with your hands fallen to your side. A prayer of sorts to Revachol.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We've already talked to the cryptozoologists. Working with them might give us a good excuse to run around, give us some structure. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
See the skull.
Okay. Why? So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We're not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Cool. Right, so we've got some clear objectives. Cool. Let me get a save down there. Oz has just ticked over to 11 o'clock, which is probably my cue to end. So I apologize. I would love to carry on with this game. I could play this game forever. It's so fucking good. I love this game so much. Thank you guys for bearing with me while I play it again. Unfortunately, the trophies haven't been as forthcoming as I thought they would be. They're a bit more complicated than I thought, but you know, it is what it is. Remember being in a club when Avicii was a very small player and he started drinking with him, and after his show he was like, I'm going to go do a party now because the pub is closing down. Do you guys want to come? And we were like, hell yeah, dude. It's only 3 in the morning. Ended up in the richest neighbourhood in Stockholm partying with Avicii. It wasn't a big deal, but also the whole Swedish house mafia. Yeah, this is it. You like gigs and stuff used to be, and like, you know, venues, it used to be sort of like a magic place where like you'd meet like people of like, you know, really significant creative talent. And yeah, it was, and it's interesting because in the music industry, in the sort of in the live music scene, people will be like, oh, there's that guy from that band. Oh, they're signed to this record label. Oh, they're touring the world, and oh, I can't. But in the BMX world, I would, you know, just be sitting at the skate park with some friends, and then somebody who was one of the most popular and successful BMXers of the time would be like, hey guys, how's it going? And everyone was just chill. Everyone was just like the same once you were there, until they started doing tricks. And you're like, okay, there's a reason why this kid gets paid to do this. He's really fucking good at this, really brave, really loose. But yeah, they were just normal people. Like everyone was kind of the same. And nobody really sort of called rank, or like, you know, there was no sort of weird hierarchy to it. Everybody just loved riding BMX. But as I got older, the internet and a few players on the internet side of things started making it a bit more kind of about who was cool and who was not, and it kind of warped it a little bit, which was a shame. But yeah, it was still kind of cool how like there's a handful of people who were like really famous, but like I'm friends with them on Instagram because I've had a conversation with them about something. But BMX is like that. It's kind of everyone's like, you know, if you're legit and you love BMX, then you're okay. If you're a poser, you can get fucked. Doesn't matter how good you are on a bike. If you're a poser, you can get fucked. And it's kind of like kept the scene mostly drama free. But unfortunately, there's always going to be drama, of course. But yeah. Bye, Brad. See you Wednesday. Spider-Man, thank you for hanging out. About Wednesday, it is England versus Argentina at 8 o'clock in the evening. So that will land kind of in the middle of a stream. And I don't want to play Disco Elysium for 3 hours, stop the 2, and then, you know. So I might move Wednesday's stream to Thursday so we can do a full stream. As long as you guys are okay with that, we can do a stream on a Thursday instead of a Wednesday, and that means we get a full stream where we can do a full playthrough, 6-hour playthrough, but 6-hour chunk of Disco Elysium, all in one go without interruptions. I think that might be the best way to do it. England will lose. No, but if you miss important football, no, you must miss important football for us. Also, hi, Dr. Hahn. Welcome indeed. Thank you for lurking. But yeah, I think obviously everyone's going to be watching the game. I want to watch the game. It will be weird if I watch the game whilst you guys are here, just in my chat. I can't stream the game. So yeah, I feel like because of the way it's landed, it is the World Cup. It is, you know, a bit significant, of course. So Mo, welcome in. Probably could probably sleep to V10 F1 engines for the rest of my life. It is a beautiful noise. It is a beautiful noise. Watched the end of England versus Norway game the other day. It was fun. Yeah, French versus Spain tomorrow night. Is it tomorrow night? Okay. I mean, I might watch that one as well. But yes, Wednesday stream. I'm thinking I'll probably move it to Thursday. I'll try and remember to put something in the Discord. But yes, I'll probably move it to Thursday because that way we can do a whole stream uninterrupted. We can just chat and play Disco Elysium, which is perfect for me. But I'll be watching the game on Wednesday. But anyway, YouTube, we can't raid out on YouTube. Well, actually, that's not true. I found out today, apparently you can raid out on YouTube, but I don't know how. So YouTube, thank you to everyone that hangs out on the YouTube. Sorry that I'm talking a lot during this playthrough, but the dialogue in the game and how it sort of delivers ideologies, ideas, you know, notions, concepts, mindsets. It just gets me thinking about things. It makes me more chatty. And being a live streamer, chatting is a big part of what I do. But obviously on the YouTube, you can fast forward them if you don't want to listen to them, of course. But thank you to everyone that watches the YouTube videos. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that nonsense as well. But yes, YouTube, the next stream will be Thursday, not Wednesday. Thursday, 5 p.m. UK time. And then it'll be Saturday, midday onwards UK time after that.